Well, hello and welcome to everybody. Hope you're having a great day. Hope everybody's happy, smooth, sweet, smiling, well. Hope life is treating you with gentleness and with love. And we have a really interesting show here for you today. One that I think will be well worth taking a look at. For those of you that are interested in magic or the occult, it's going to be of particular interest. And I'm going to be starting off on my own. Those that are coming are going to be late. It's one of those days today. It just is what it is. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Bush Whisperer. I have a large body of work that I've been sharing online, and it has to do with learning about spirituality, spiritual traditions of the actual training behind it, broken down from Eastern and Western cosmological perspectives, put into a simple context. Seen through the shaman's eyes, I have taken the path of ancient chem, which is hermetics, tempered by the Kabbalah, so hermetic Kabbalah with hermetics. And I've blended it with the cosmology of the Vedic school of law and looked at it through the pinhole of Himalayan shamanism, which is my latest path, you could say, the last quarter of a century. Been doing this a bit less than 4 decades, 3.5, 37, 38, I don't know, however long. I've been doing it for a long time. And so, yeah, we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting discussion today. It's going to be an on-point conversation, to say the least. And without any further ado, I want to introduce... Ooh! Oh my gosh. So one day he's not wearing a shirt and he's like the playboy from the Playboy Mansion. And the next time I see him, he's like the suave, just escaped from a dinner party guy who's come to like clink some glasses with us. Dear brother Indy Sage, looking absolutely amazing as always. Much love to you. He's come from a long path of occult therapeutics as well, and philosophy and anthropology, and he works with shadow work. His life has given him incredible challenges that he's milked and turned into wonderful fruits of life from the fruit of life tree. And so he's come to share his insights with us. And do say a few words, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. Welcome.
So grateful to be here, and thank you for the wonderful introduction, as always, Franklin. Yes, I do shadow work, and I've studied anthropology. A lot of this I attribute to my Scorpio moon, making me delve into the most deepest mysteries I could find, and find the most mystical things that I can explore. And so a lot of that has been looking for the origins of things. And so I've looked for the origins of the human race, of speech, of life in the cosmos, of the soul. And so it's been a glorious journey. I've found myself in a place where the more that I know, the more questions I have. And so when I used to have a strong tendency towards one direction or the other, I was in a bit of bias and I was missing a lot of information. So now that I've been able to open my mind to more information that I had been closed to, it helps me sometimes find a golden thread. And I feel that we all have a puzzle piece to the big picture that we can provide to one another. So each individual can only go so far, but by coming together, we can do it all. And a little bit of mention about my work in shadow work. I had a near-death experience in 2007. And after that experience, I started to go through the dark night of the soul. Luckily, I was able to bow down and surrender to the moon goddess to help carry me through. and it was a very formidable transition in my life where my life went from night to day, and just by surrendering to my tribulation, I was able to be carried through it and able to find the wisdom that I needed, and the tools were there. But the key was just to be able to find the humility to be able to reach out for help. And for all my life, I had always sweated the small stuff, and you know, it was just a beautiful thing when I was able to let Kuan Yin take the reins, the female reincarnation of Buddha, who I attribute to be the moon goddess at the time. And it was a beautiful process. Now, anthropologically, I was given a vision in the year 2000 where I had deep yearning questions of why are humans different? What made us this way? And it was shown to me that part of our ancestry of our missing link was aquatics and lived in the sea and slept on the beaches for millions of years. And what people are referring to as these different races of aliens, I feel, are different various races of the missing link and the gods that have retreated to the inner earth sanctuary that very well may have come from the stars or may have broken away as a breakaway civilization to explore the stars and return. But I like to keep an open mind about these things and other things as well. So it's good to see Cosmic is here with us as well. I'd like to see Cosmic give a good introduction. Franklin, do you want to say a word? Does my sound all right? My sound good? Is it high?
Welcome, dear brother
Sounds
Cosmic.
fine.
Sorry, my screen was flipping up and flipping down. All sorts of tabs were opening up. We've got dear brother Cosmic joining us, and Cosmic is, well, he lives up to the name, Cosmic. That's pretty much a good sort of summary. That summarizes Cosmic. He's like a modern day John Dee type of guy that's working with disembodied beings, the Fae, and he's been working with them for a long time. And he's been bringing a lot of the Fae insights into the round table, and he's developing an entire system similar to what John Dee did when he developed the system which is so popular in the Golden Dawn, and the Enochian, what they call the Enochian keys. So he's been channeling a language and a system of cosmogony, cosmology, putting things into perspective, the planes of existence, how manifestation works. And he's been getting his brothers and sisters from the Fae Kingdom to give him some help, heavy lifting. Welcome. It's an honor to have you with us, dear brother Cosmic. Please do share some words with us.
Yeah, man. The Fae have really given me just a whole different perspective on just not just life, but the occult, metaphysics, sexuality, pretty like, music, but pretty much like they have a whole like world and a culture that it really kind of makes me think differently. It really, in a lot of ways, like maybe kind of question everything. It's like you get into the occult and you question everything. Then when I discovered the Fae, it's like I questioned everything again. Looks like you've gotten a lot of sun there, Bush Whisperer. You've been out there. Yeah, it's cold, but cold over here. Yeah. So yeah, when it's interesting, we kind of talk about the circumference of the being, because the Fae are all about understanding existence through these kind of hyperdimensional spheres. So spheres seem to be like a very integral part of kind of the equation of things. And so it'll be interesting to jump into this discussion.
Sorry for that delay. I don't know what's going on with me and my machine today. She's opening up all these tabs late. So yeah, what a discussion we have planned today. It's an interesting one. Somebody was asking me, they was like, what does that mean? And okay, yeah, what does it mean? Well, it means that it was really late when I was writing this up, right? That's why there's 2 N's for round table, because it's a round table. It was a busy week. I'll be honest. Like clients had me booked up the last few days. That's how it is. Sometimes I'm extremely busy. Sometimes I'm not very busy. The pleasures and joys of working for oneself, but the pleasures outweigh anything else. And I love what I do. So being a shaman is like a great honor for me. So we're going to be discussing like a really profound occult concept here today, which is actually at the core of all the occult, really, if we get round to it. It's also at the core of healing. It's at the core of understanding humanity, our role in life, the whole human principle, the core number 5. Like the 5 number keeps coming up, even when we're talking about the black cube, even when we're talking about Saturn. You might notice that the particular image that I put up here for the show was the Mercurial Magick square number box. And it's one of those squares that you just can't quite ever get fully wrapped your head around. The Saturn square is very easy. The Mercurial squares is one that's 64 blocks. We are talking about the checkers. We're talking about the chessboard. We're talking about the 64 trigrams, the 64 hexagrams of the I-ching. We're talking about the 64 schools of the angels, as they are. Yeah. And no, Josh, not when I'm on a live. No, I love you more than anything in the world. That's it. Bye, my boy. I love you more than anything in the world now. Okay, that's it. Close the door. Bye. No, not one more time. So I'm just going to keep talking. He's going to close the door. Oh, bye-bye. So he's wild today. I've been having to discipline him because he's been fighting with his mom. He's been quite naughty. He's been hitting her with a little wooden, spatula thing, and been really, really cheeky. He's been getting like strict dad talks. But, that's what it is. His mom she asks for it. You can't be a buddy of a little child without being a parent, But yeah, so this is at the core, and it's also quite interesting because it's at the core of polarity. It's at the core of duality. So we have all these spiritual concepts based upon polarity and duality. It isn't the spirit of polarity and duality, which is the spirit of the sun, but the spirit of Mercury works very closely with the spirit of the sun. Let's say that the spirit of the sun works through the spirit of Mercury. And it's not by accident that the word cure is the heart of the word Mercury, right? It's not by accident that our medical profession uses the caduceus as its symbol for curing. It's not a coincidence that we cure hides of animals to make them functional. Right? What's the funk? Let's get the funk going, baby. And when you think about the funk, you're thinking about a mercurial kind of musical migration. It's got that sort of easy flow. Mercury is also, from an astrological perspective, somewhat of a mystery, if we really consider it, because it's the only of all the symbols that contains all of the symbols within its composite symbol. It has the crescent, the circle, and the cross. The cross is Saturn. Obviously, the crescent is the lunar principle, and the circle, which represents the origin within the circle, is the solar principle. So it's the crossing over between the etheric and the astral planes, but very grounded within the etheric plane. And so when we're thinking about the circumference of being, the way I see it is we're thinking about the opposite of the square of being, right? We spoke about the square root of being 2 weeks ago. And the square root of being, namaste, welcome. So we've got Bernadine, we've got Vincent, we've also got, and everybody else that's watching. Big love to you all, big blessings. I hope you're having an absolutely great weekend. So yeah, we're going to be jumping in and see how Mercury relates to this. Mercury's special place in alchemy is fundamental, for taming the proverbial dragon. And on a physical level, we're going to be talking about the central nervous system, because Mercury rules the central nervous system. And what this represents as the great path, Magick. What is this great work that all the occultists have been talking about for so long? It all comes back to the Mercurial process, which is related to alchemy. And when we're thinking about alchemy, we're thinking about that transformative potential which is bound within the mutable heart of Mercury. So, who of you guys want to kick the ball off? Anybody want to get the ball rolling for a start? And I have to ask, dear indie brother, why are you looking so absolutely zhuzh today? What's going on?
Well, unfortunately, it's a sad affair. We're going to the celebration of life today. Yes, my girlfriend's father has passed, and her mother had passed a few months ago, and he'd only made it a few months, and then he joined her. So after this happened, I know that that's kind of a thing. That's a tendency where when a husband dies, the wife will continue on, but when a wife dies, the husband will usually join her soon after. But I started to wonder about that a little bit, considering the fact that in the Christian myth they say that in the afterlife we'll go up there and we're joined together forever in marriage in heaven. But some people say that's not true. Some people say that marriage is just a mortal bind, and then when we die, that it no longer persists. But I got the feeling that when a wife dies, she prepares a place in the divine realm to have her husband come and join her. And if that's not the case, it's a very poetic way to see it, I think. So, yes, I believe that the spirit continues on beyond the body, and sometimes I wonder that if you have to prepare your spirit body to be able to rise above and continue on. And I think from my work in Taoism and my research in Taoism, I've come to the understanding that to create a spirit body in the now, whether or not that spirit body is able to persist beyond the body, can be a great way to expand yourself and extend your being into a more divine aspect. So, regardless of whether it has anything to do with immortality of the soul, I've found that it's a very powerful practice, especially with meditation, to be able to access a different aspect of the spirit body. So it's been very helpful for me. But as far as starting off with the circumference of being, I think a couple weeks ago we were talking about circles and squares, and I had jotted down some information from the Emerald Tablets, which refers to the hounds of hell and escaping them by moving in curves. They said if you move in angles, that they'll sweep you up. Now, this is in reference to Thoth, referring to his journey to another realm. And so he goes into the spirit realm, and has to deal with these hounds at the gateways. So he's found a way to pass these gateways. But I'm gonna keep looking through my notes until I find those notes, and then I'll come back and comment on the particular quote from the Emerald Tablets. Oh, here we go.
It's very interesting.
All
Have you got it?
You got it right here. So in the sixth dimension, move by curves, not angles. Move they only through angles. Free are they not of the curved dimensions. Strange and terrible are the hounds of the barrier. They follow consciousness to the limits of space. Think not to escape by entering the body, for follow they fast the soul through the angles. Only the circles will give ye protection, save from the claws of the dwellers in angles. By dwelling within the circles of the body, where there are no angles, we can be safe from these fearsome enemies. Strange angles must spin for you to cross. Entities move in strange angles not known to man. flee back to thy body through circles. And so that's a number of different quotes in a row that I had taken out from the Emerald Tablet that are all in reference to angles and circles. And so I think in a lot of way, there seems some syncretism between angles and angels. And perhaps the angels do not have to move in the circles that we must to be able to go to the sixth dimension. Whatever that may be.
Well, brother, I'm definitely going to respond to that. That's beautiful and interesting. How's your partner?
Oh, she's doing well. We've been having a hard time lately because work kind of slows down in the winter doing labor work that we do. But luckily, my parents came back from being up north where my brother just had his first kid. They have a daughter up there, Lucine. She's beautiful. They've come down to go to see my grandmother in Florida, but they stopped here halfway and they gave us some work. So we were able to do some chainsaw work yesterday and got our finances kind of back in order for a little while now. We got some work to do. So things are going really well. We're doing a little bit better now, but it's going to be hard. When anybody loses their parents, it's a difficult time for many years.
Big love to her and love to you, man. I hope she's going to be okay.
Trying to be there to support her and give her the guidance that can help her, and I have my spiritual center down here too to also help provide guidance. And there's a community place called Seek Healing, and they're going to start a grieving class I think soon. So hopefully she can get involved in that with some other women. It'd be good.
Yeah, man, it's never easy. That feeling of your lungs, of your heart, when you feel like you can't breathe in because like you can't get that breath.
Yeah.
You know, she must be going through that still.
She is. Yeah, she'll be going through that for a while. They were very close. Her and her father were like best friends. He was her tomboy daughter because he wanted to have a son, but he never did. But she was his son, and she taught him to do everything. Shooting guns. She was shooting skeets when she was age 7, and taught her how to run a tractor and chainsaw and all that good stuff. So she's a big help to me as I do a lot of yard work and landscaping work and stuff. We do housekeeping together as well. She's a great worker. She's got a lot of energy. She's a little older, but she's incredible. She's like a spring chicken.
Well, welcome everybody. I hope you're well. We've got Mexico that's joined the party. And what you brought up was also really interesting, brother. About the curvature and the angles and going straight to the point or moving in curves. It relates to like either the curve is the relationship between things and the straight point is the things, the objects. And I think what we're talking about here is we're talking about the etheric and the astral, different modes of movement, and this is sort of very interesting. Mercury is one of the few spheres which contains both of those elements. So it can move in those angles and it can move in the circles. It's got both the element of Saturn that's required for the angular, and it's got both, the element of Venus, which is a very curved point that it touches, since Mercury touches Venus very closely.
Yeah,
but that's
Mercury here in the middle. Also, Mer in the beginning refers to like sea, mare, mer people, merfolk, merman, mermaid. So like the sea is very healing as well. I wanted to mention that aspect of mer and cure go well together. The E energy of wind.
That is very interesting because this is really on point. When we think about the ocean, I think we used to get a lot more from the ocean in terms of like now we just take the fish out of the ocean. But I think in the ancient times, we had a more of a respect for the ocean, recognizing and realizing that like the entire lunar potential on the planet has got this very powerful relationship with the ocean and all large bodies of water, but especially the ocean, which relates to that divine feminine principle. So when we speak, like even in the Kabbalah, when we speak about Bina, right? We speak about Bina with the ocean beneath her feet, and that ocean represents two oceans effectively, the ripe, fruitful ocean full of life and potential, and the other ocean, sort of like when you think about Shiva and you think about Kailashi, as they call it, Kailash. They've got the two lakes there. One's a saltwater lake that's not alive. Nothing lives there. Nothing will thrive or survive. And the other one is a lake that just abundantly brings life. And the one lake is frozen over. The other lake is never frozen over, even though they're right next to each other, which is quite bizarre, really, at that altitude. So this principle of these two different oceans, and here in Cape Town, we sort of have the two oceans, the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, as an interesting concept. And I think the two oceans is sort of a bridge that Mercury represents, the proverbial ocean of the etheric field and the proverbial ocean of the astral field, and that one has to move differently through these two oceans is also of interesting note. And I think it's very interesting when we look at Mercury as a planet. I always see, so when we look at the 7 principles of Hermes, I always see Mercury as representing the correspondences. So it's like the communicator between the different corresponding points.
I have some correspondence I wanted to mention. I think we have this common theme in a lot of cultures across the world of a wise man coming from the sea to bring life wisdom to the people. And we see that with Yeshua, have been with an immaculate conception from Mary, with the foster father of Joseph. That also is seen with the birth of Horus by Isis, being birthed by Osiris beyond the grave. And also we have the story of Krishna. Krishna was born from Devaki in immaculate conception, and had a father figure, Vasudeva, to watch over him here in the earthly plane. And so in those 3 stories, the other one is with Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, Krishna, and Yeshua all came from the sea, bringing wisdom to the people. Great wisdom of the divine. But the sea is also a place in Taoism where they say all streams lead to the sea, and that's like the source of all things, symbolically in Taoism. They say the Buddhists try to push their way upstream by trying to meditate and escape reincarnation into nirvana. They're not embracing the now. They're not going with their great opportunity of the miracle of life here. They're trying to escape. And so the Taoist tries to go with the flow in the stream of life, to join back with the ocean of life again.
What do you think, dear brother Cosmic?
When I was kind of thinking about the comment earlier about how the hounds of hell track people by, angles, and think about the dynamic between angles and curves. I'm trying to think kind of like the sort of the symbolic consciousness relationship to that. If you think of something like what the angles represent is a kind of like a certain type of thinking, a certain type of, perception. You make it kind of like a lot of sharp, kind of like, because I'm thinking angles, I'm thinking of like very straight lines that form like acute or obtuse angles. And then you think of curves, they're sort of, they're round and they're not as angular. And I'm trying to think about like what that like actually means, like on a deeper level, when you think about angles, because it seems like it's sort of like a shape. It's like how consciousness and understanding it helps to kind of understand the shape of it and how it sort of works. And I'm thinking maybe if you're thinking really in a very angular way, maybe you're thinking very logically, maybe very just overly rational, or maybe with a curve, that's more of a kind of a spiritual look at things. There's a kind of a round circumference, sort of wholeness instead of this, abstract. Right? And I also think what's interesting about demons is in Christian mythology, all the demons started out basically as angels. And you think the connection between angels and angles. And I also think that, I'm not sure what the consensus is if angels have free will or not, but let's say for the sake of this sort of, idea that they don't have free will, they're almost like computers. There's there's a logical, kind of like a mathematical way of sort of understanding the universe. And because when they've fallen as demons, they kept that angular sort of understanding, just, subverting it in a darker, more evil way. But then there's something about the femininity of curves, which is something more reminiscent of nature, and it's kind of outside of that logic, kind of outside that logical matrix. And I think that maybe by sort of navigating the curves as opposed to the angles, it's kind of like you're sort of stepping outside of that angular labyrinth and looking at it sort of from above. Because that's the thing about like labyrinths. Like that's such an interesting, archetype, and so much in our lives we're sort of like, caught in labyrinths. But oftentimes it kind of seems like the labyrinth doesn't really have an exit. And so my whole kind of approach to dealing with labyrinths is kind of like, instead of trying to go through the labyrinth and try to find the exit, I always try to think of like, float upward and look at the labyrinth from down below and sort of fly up, around, and outside of it. And I think that comment you made in regards to, they track you by angles and you can escape them by curves, I'm thinking of it in that kind of context.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like the idea of the curves representing kind of more of a feminine viewpoint, being more intuitive based, versus the angles and lines being more masculine, more rational and compartmentalized thought that's not integrated. So I like that. That actually is very synchronistic. That interpretation really lines up with it. And I also like what Franklin said about curves being the relations of things, because I feel like a straight lines going right straight for it, like Franklin said, it sounds like it's direct, but it's forced. And it has a feel like you're not supposed to go straight for it. You're supposed to take your time and do it right and wait for the right timing and facilitate the whole thing to happen by doing it the right way, not just going straight for it and forcing it to happen too fast. And I think that's a really masculine kind of opinion, to just kind of make things happen, force it to happen, just go straight for it, just have it. And I feel like there's an aspect there where the thing that you're trying to get doesn't want to be just gone straight for. I feel like things want to be treated with respect, and the curve is kind of more of a dance. And so when there's that dance, then that's how you can kind of gauge compatibility. Are we dancing well together or not? Whereas if somebody's just going straight for something, the target doesn't really get much of a chance to make much of a call on that whole situation. So I thought that was a very insightful interpretation. Thank you, Cosmic. There's a lot there.
Yeah, brother, there's a lot to unpack when we start to look at this particular conversation. And where should we crank it in? I think probably a good place to start off with is the caduceus. Now we dealt with this like very early on in the round table, but I think we're going to look at it from a different perspective now. Obviously we know the caduceus represents the rising and falling currents, which in Vedic architecture is the Ida, the falling, and the Pingala, the rising current, the solar presence of the electron, of the electrical principle, the manifestational pineal gland of the Pingala, and the falling current of the Ida, which is that pituitary gland, obviously on the hypothalamus as opposed to the thalamus, which is where the pineal lives, representing the hormonal system, where the etheric represents primarily the central nervous system. And so here's where we get this very interesting, it's almost a dichotomy, but it's not quite a dichotomy when we're looking at the principle of Mercury, because Mercury can traverse the entire tree of life. Mercury can touch the most spiritual, lofty heights, and also very much have feet very much bound on the physical plane. And so when we're speaking about the circumference of being, which is where the header comes from, this is what sort of inspired the thinking, was that Mercury represents that aspect of us which is very real, very logical, very grounded, very based on keeping things together. It also represents that communication aspect of the soul, of our heart, which is what puts things together and different ideas, linking them up so that they can communicate, different parts of the brain, linking them up so that they can communicate, neural pathways. These are all reflections of Mercurial principle. And also Mercury represents the communication between us that brings people together, that produces fellowship, that produces sharing of ideas, that produces the commencement of knowing, of entering into a deeper state of understanding than what we had previously. So there's a very abstract aspect of Mercury, which is understanding, which is what is shared in communication. Then there's the aspect of the communication, which is expressive, which is very solar, powerful solar expression, very important in communication. And then the impressions that we take from the communication, which is a very lunar capacity. And so this Mercurial dance is between the lunar and the solar potentials, but touching both of them. And in the process of being this dance between the lunar and solar potentials, it's touching Venus. Oh, and did we mention that it's standing on Saturn's shoulders? So here's a way of thinking of Mercury. Mercury stands on Saturn's shoulders, feet embedded on Saturn's shoulders, literally touching the ground through Saturn. Is able to hold the sun's hand, is able to hold the moon's hand, and is able to reach up and kiss Venus. And so, and thus touch into the mysteries, the occult mysteries, while maintaining a structure. So it gives us an idea of the part of the brain we're talking about, that part of the brain that makes us juggle things, right? So when we're juggling things, we've got more than one thing going on. Like, think of a juggler. And so the tarot card, the magician, is actually a wonderful tarot card. And interestingly enough, that tarot card represents, of course, none other than dun, 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 Mercury. And so when we think of magic, we're thinking of essentially this particular principle in action. We're considering the way in which the Mercurial presence is reflecting this, right? So you can see there's one hand representing the pulling down of the cosmic force, right? And there's one hand representing the pulling up of the cosmic force. Yeah. And touching down to where the cosmic force is rising from, and touching up to from whence the cosmic force is descending from. And in the process of this is wearing the red coat of the flesh, of the blood, of the passion of Mars, but also has on the table in front of him all four of the elements, right? And all four of the elements are on top of a, let's forget not, a cube, which is on top of yet another cube, traditionally. But let's just say it's on a cube. This one seems to be a cube rather than a double cube. It traditionally would have been a double cube. But a cube, double cube, it's all got to do with dice, right? Playing dice, the chance, the fate, time. And so there's Saturn's presence. Above the head, of course, because Saturn is holding you grounded. You've got that infinite potential that this universe represents, reaching out into the infinite cosmic rays, with the ray making a wand in the hand. And the hand that is pulling forth the cosmic divine flow from above is holding the pure double-ended wand, which of course represents the purity of purpose that is able to create this ignition of this flow. And so this is later seen as the wheel in another tarot card. The same principles working. Namaste, welcome Rob. How are you doing? Hope you're good, man. Hope you Never pull out. Always pull out, Rob. Um, always pull out, man. What are you talking about? The
This is
young
quite-
guys watching this show, you know.
yeah.
Do you know what it costs to bring a baby up these days?
Much.
So, you know, and then of course, look at the abundance of Venus all around. There's beautiful flowers. There's the rose, of course. You have to have roses. So
Yeah.
there's a lot going on here, and the roses are circumventilating. It's a circumference. And so it's like within the heart of the mysteries of Venus. Yeah, we're going to find Mercury, and so this the magician, which is the first card, is representing Bet, the second of the archetype, the second letter of the Paleo Hebrew, which became what we know as the modern Hebrew. And Beth represents a house. So, what's the significance? Mercury, the card, the magician, the house. Well, think of it like this: the mind needs to operate somewhere, right? And that somewhere that the mind operates, consider it as a house, right? And that house is where thoughts can be directed. And that house represents shape, represents structure, represents the etheric plane. So Mercury is very much operating through the etheric plane, which represents the pineal gland, which represents the second principle of Hermes, which is the correspondences between things, which is what the mind does, right? Think of what the mind does. It draws distinctions between A and B. That's not like that. That's different to that. That's different to that. Or it draws a that's like that. That's like that. So it basically things are either similar or they're different. That's like the fundamental thing, the first thing that the mind does. And then it starts adding up the differences and the similarities in order to be able to compartmentalize. So this whole process of compartmentalization happens because of the mind's ability to structure thoughts, one thought from another, one color from another. This red is like orange, but it's not like blue. So now we know that red and orange are similar. Yellow is like that, but not like green. So red, orange, and yellow are warm colors. Why are warm colors? Well, it's like fire and it's like the sun. And the sun and fire are red and yellow. So this is warm colors. Then we think, well, blue is like the sea. The sea is cold. Blue is like the night sky. That's when it's cold. So these are cool colors. And so we see how like the very basic ideas that we have of things come from these two basic polarities and these two basic expressions of duality, which is the heart of Mercury being expressed, where Mercury is the ambassador of the solar presence. And the solar presence is that polarity, but what the Mercury is expressing is the solar emanation. So the emanations of the sun are what Mercury is dealing with. And this is the etheric field of electricity. And the electricity in the etheric field travels through our central nervous system, which is the solar power of life force moving through our systems. And so this is the association between solar and mercurial nature, and Mercury represents that transformative potential within mutability. So when we think about the mutable potential within all of the astrological elemental signs, you have fixed, mutable, and cardinal from every element. The mutable it's a suggestion of mercurial potential. And so these three fundamental potentials are within everything. Everything has a potentially fixed nature. Everything has a potentially mutable nature, and everything has a potentially cardinal nature. And so we can really get an understanding of how this fixed, cardinal, and mutable really operate together. We think of the moon as being what? I think of the moon as being very fixed. The moon fixes things. It fixes the seasons in place. It fixes a lot of things things would not be the way they were if it weren't for the moon. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
I would think of the moon as mutable, being that it changes its phases and it represents different things in the different phases. Also, the fact that the mutability of the phases kind of also correlates with times to plant certain crops. So it kind of represents different times when you can gauge from the moon when is the right time to do certain things And so there is an aspect there of mutability as well. But I do see the fixed aspect too.
I see the moon as a sort of a stabilizing force for the Earth, because what I kind of learned about the moon, what it does with the Earth as it revolves around it, it keeps the Earth kind of like in a stable, sort of like fixed state, so it doesn't wobble all over the place. I was hearing somewhere like, if the Earth didn't have a moon, it would just shift from like winter to summer in an instant, like just go from like 0 degrees to 200 degrees like instantaneously. But what the moon does is it allows these temperatures to change gradually so that life forms can evolve and grow, and we can have like seasons and stuff. Without it, the temperatures would be too unstable and life wouldn't be able to form. So if anything, I think that we, the idea that the moon is feminine actually kind of makes sense. It almost makes the Earth more fertile for life to grow. It adds a certain level of fertility. So it almost seems like maybe there's a kind of a sexual relationship between the Earth and the moon, because that makes me kind of think that if a planet like involves life, because they talk about in physics and astronomy about the Goldilocks zone, that like a planet has to be a certain distance from the sun, has to have a certain like density or whatever. But I think that you need that moon to kind of stabilize the orbit of the planet. Otherwise, it just kind of goes all over the place. And that's the interesting thing about Mercury. Mercury, I think, doesn't have a moon. I could be wrong on that. I don't know if it has a moon or not. I don't think it does.
That's very interesting, and that's sort of what I was getting at. Though I think that you're both right, and this is where it gets interesting, because the lunar presence does hold that mutability of Mercury close to it because of water. But water, even in its mutability, it always goes back to the same point. It always goes back to rest, and it always goes to the same place. It doesn't go anywhere else. It's consistent. But the mutability is brought, the mutability of Mercury is brought into a state of consistency. It's fixed. The mutability is fixed into a particular pattern that can be predicted and counted on to a certain degree. And like you say, without the lunar presence, like, we'd be living in a very and Mercury is a wild place, literally. It's a wild place, man. Like, there's a lot going on.
There's no moon there. There may have been one. If there was a moon there, it's so close to the sun that it would likely have crashed into Mercury or be pulled into the moon, into the sun. But also, the size of Mercury is about the size of a moon. And so it could be that Mercury at one point was a moon. And it very well may have been that Mercury was the moon of Venus. And Venus may have been disturbed by its moon. Supposedly a moon, especially like ours, which is very large compared to the Earth and orbits very close to us, is said to slow the Earth's orbit due to the tides. Now, the day on Venus is longer than its year. And so if its moon had slowed down its orbit to that degree, and then at that point was pulled away because it's not really spinning as fast and was not able to hold it in place, it very well may have been ejected towards the sun. Either that, or it may be one of the moons that was gathered up by Nibiru as the breath that was blown onto Tiamat, that crushed it and sent its upper waters hurtling over to Earth. So if those moons that were taken from Uranus and Neptune were hurtled towards Tiamat, which is now the asteroid belt, or the hammered bracelet, as the ancients used to call it, then other moons may have also been swept up and hurtled out to different places as well. So that may be where Mercury had come from, but it's a very curious planet. A lot of mystery around it.
That's some really interesting speculation, and there might be some validity to it because Mercury and Venus have got this very, very close relationship, even though they're like they're like jam and butter, man.
Right?
They're very opposite in what they represent. Venus is all about bringing things together and about everything's from one radiant perspective. Mercury is about polarizing and taking on two different perspectives. So it's always about taking on two. You mentioned marriage earlier, and marriage and life after whatever, And I think this is very interesting. Mercury represents marriage in a very fundamental way. Yeah, we say that Libra is a sign of marriage and it's an expression of Venus, because Venus is the emotional connection and the love that leads a man and a woman towards sexual harmony and union that will lead to marriage. But Mercury rules over and presides over marriage. And so in astrological charts, you look at it like, for example, what's it called? What's it called in Vedic? There's a name for it. Let me go and take a look-see-wooksy at the Handalbanda Cooksy-Pooksy and see what we've got there. If I can find it. What is it called? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I can find it. Mercury. I'll try and find it. Marriage. Vedic. There's a word for it, and it's very important for being able to predict. So obviously Buddha is Mercury. So that's interesting. We're going to talk about Buddhism, and we're going to talk about mastery over the thoughts and the mind, and the seventh house, which of course relates to very interesting perspective. When they speak about the house of marriage in Vedic school cosmology, they're speaking about that particular house from a Vedic, and there is a name for it. So Mercury in the seventh house represents favorable marriage, and there's also a very powerful there's a very powerful relationship with Mercury and being able to sort of reach into the fundamental structure. It's called Dharakaraka in Sanskrit. I found it. And so the planet of communication, intellect, and curiosity, obviously Mercury. As Dharakaraka, it suggests that your spouse will embody these qualities in your relationship. So Mercury as this indicates a marriage or partnership where intellectual compatibility are effectively possible with a great communication. And this is the key theme. And this is what makes a marriage work, right? It's not how good the sex is. It's not how good the passion is. Venus, you could have the most incredible passion with a woman, right? But then you can also have terrible arguments. But those terrible arguments will never happen if that Dharakara Mercury presence is stabilized, because Mercury produces that important energy that a man and a woman, or any two people, are able to see eye to eye, literally able to see eye to eye and to acknowledge each other's perspectives. So there's a very subtle aspect of Mercury which is feminine, even though Mercury is masculine. In ancient times, Mercury was obviously considered as is it a man with a womb and vagina? A man with a womb and vagina and breasts? Or is it a woman with testicular extension? So it was either a woman with a rod and a couple of bollikis, or it was a man with some boobies and a womb and all the other fun bits that go with that. So, that's what Mercury represented, a man-woman, androgyny. So when we think of Mercury, we're thinking about androgyny. We're also thinking about the hat with the wings, right? Ancient Greece. And the slippers. So Mercury had these two things, these slippers with wings and the hat with wings. Notice two sets. Why not just a hat with wings? Isn't that enough to make you fly? Well, Mercury has to always have two aspects. Mercury would take their common sense and their logic from the physical earth plane up to heaven. And Mercury would fly down that divine, blissful, alternative perspectives of the realization of unity and bring it back down here to the physical plane. And Mercury is the only one that can do this. Hence the communicator between the gods and humans. And so from a shamanic perspective, Mercury represents that ability to bring information from the guides into the body for healing or for insight and wisdom. And so we look at Mercury as the most sort of fundamental part. And when we look at when we're looking at alchemy, Western alchemy, there Mercury's right on the table, right? That whole principle of the salt, Mercury, and obviously producing these different dragons are fundamental, and Mercury plays the key role in this transformative process. And in Taoism, what are we talking about? We're talking about being able to adjust, right? Taoism is pure practice of mercurial potential. So you've got Buddhism. The word Buddha and the word Buddhi literally come from Mercury in the astrological chart. People don't necessarily realize this, but Buddha is an embodiment of the principle of Mercury. And Mercury is able to understand both the mundane and the cosmic spiritual realities and truths. Namaste, systematic zoo. I hope you're feeling systematic. Hope you're feeling good. And I hope your smile is as smile worthy as ever. And yeah, so when we look at these cosmic truths that are represented in these two traditions, to me, I'm seeing one aspect of Mercury being employed by the Taoists, right? That's that changeable part of Mercury, which is constantly adjusting, constantly able to adapt, to be mirroring what the physical world is giving you, right? So that's Mercurial. It's one element of Mercury, which represents that abundance of transformation, which is mutability. So mutable that the world moves and you move with the world. You move downstream. The Buddhists want to swim upstream. Mercury also represents the upstream, right? The ability to consider and logically make sense out of the spiritual and physical realities are also the spirit of Mercury. So Mercury represents having these two very interesting aspects working in tandem. And this is what we see in the caduceus, where these two serpents are intertwined in a state of marital bliss and harmony. And they're intertwined upon the central pivot, which represents the notion of life, the Shushumna in the Vedic cosmological path, or the middle pillar on the tree of life, and I-ching of the Kabbalah, be it Hermetic Kabbalah or Jewish Kabbalah, which comes from, Paleo-Hebrew Kabbalah. It's all the same, really. Comes back to the same point, and we see the same thing in the Tao, right? The harmony between yang and yin and yin yang is essentially that caduceus in action. This is why you've got the yang within the yin and the yin within the yang, because these two snakes are coiled around each other. So now you see the yang part of that snake, but that snake then comes around the other side as yin. And then that snake that's come around the side of yin then coils around and goes back the side of yang. So when you look inside yang, you see yin emerging. And when you look inside yin, you see yang emerging, right? So these two snakes are curled around this caduceus. Yang and yin is another representation of the caduceus. How does that sit with you guys as a very basic concept?
Can you repeat the question? Caduceus, spiral, another.
That you've got a yang and you've got a yin, and you've got two serpents in caduceus. The one serpent goes around one side, yang, goes around the other side of the pole and comes out the other side of yin, same serpent. The other serpent's coming from yin, goes around the pole and comes out the other side of yang, and then keeps going like this, up this middle. And so yang and yin represents within yang, yin is emerging. Within yin, yang is emerging, because the two serpents are looping. So whenever you're looking at the yang, you'll see the yin emerging. It's the same with the caduceus. If you were to look at the caduceus from the top down, what are you going to see?
Is this a circle of the spirals, maybe?
A yang yin.
Yeah.
And how would you represent as an idea, the principle of these two things spinning around each other. If you wanted to simplify it, you'd show that the polarities are intertwined.
Yeah. It's like a double helix. It's a beautiful divine shape in nature. Has a lot of power to it. And they're climbing together. They're climbing from the grounded root up to the ascended light. And it's a beautiful thing. And we see vines operate in a similar manner. The vines have been held to be sacred as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. Rob reminds us here that the mind is between the two temples.
Mm-hmm.
Which two temples are those?
The temple
of the sun and the temple of the moon.
And the temple of the crown and the root, or the sun and the moon.
Yeah. Well, like you say, the root and the crown is another way of looking at it, I think, because the crown is always related to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Roots are always related to the moon.
Yeah.
Sacred roots, medicine.
Masculine and feminine.
So there's a and the root represents the what's going down into the ground.
Mm. Connection to the earth.
And the crown represents the electrical force coming up out of the head.
Connection to the heavens.
So there's this, and the irony of it is that the lunar presence brings the heavens to us.
Yeah.
Even though the solar presence reaches out towards the heaven, the lunar brings it to us. And even though the lunar presence is bringing the heavens to us, she's reaching down towards the roots of the tree. And so there we've got that yang yin completed again, right? Within the lunar presence is a yang yin. Within the solar presence is a yang yin. And so wherever you look, there's a polarity. This polarity is being bound, and it's this caduceus that is representing all of the polarities in a state of harmony. And so this harmony is what we call health, right? Health. And so we see the word cure in the center of Mercury. And so why is Mercury the curative? Well, it's this gets interesting now, right? So we're talking about the mind. And so what does the mind do? What do you what would you say, Cosmic? I mean, what is the purpose of the mind?
Purpose of the mind. Well, I think we have to first define what the mind really is before we can define the purpose of it, and that's already kind of tricky, because I don't know, like, I think that's kind of a difficult question for me to ask, because lately with my studies, I'm starting to kind of come to the conclusion that there really is no difference between the mind and the body, that they're just basically the same thing. It's like, because if you start studying your body and you start studying the sensations that you feel, you realize there's consciousness all over your body. That's why I wrote in the comment session, like, when you remember a favorite food or a favorite dish do you like, does your brain remember it or does your tongue remember it? And I think your tongue is what remembers it. Or if you think about like some kind of like a substance that feels really good when you rub it in your hands, like a kind of lotion, and you think about that lotion, is that lotion in your head, or do you experience that because you remember touching it with your hands and your hands remember the lotion? I think when you think about the mind from that context, it really sort of expands a lot of different potentialities in terms of what consciousness is. And I think it kind of helps to bridge the gap between mind and matter, because I think for so long, especially since the Descartes, we really think of our mind as only existing in our head, and we've been sort of taught that. And I think when it comes to consciousness, if you believe your mind exists in your head, then it will feel like it's in your head. But an experiment you should try is like really think about consciousness existing throughout your entire body, and that when you like imagine some kind of like physical sensation, like think about remembering what grass feels like on your bare feet when you're inside the house, and you start to pay attention. You think, is the memory of the grass in my head or is it in my feet? And when you approach things that way, you start to get a very different idea of what the nature of the mind actually is. I think what you're referring to as the mind is kind of the logical part of the mind, where it's sort of like it deals with information and connecting things. So it's interesting in Zarfexology, in my practice, the Fae talk about having 4 bodies, in that what they do is they have kind of like this sort of this meta consciousness, and they have 4 bodies that can exist in 4 different places in space and time, and they're all related to different stuff. So there's kind of the there's 4 bodies. The first body is the standard physical body that deals with your 5 senses, the things you touch, the world around you. Then the second body is more the astral body. It's kind of like when you close your eyes and you visualize a copy of yourself, or the body you experience when you're dreaming. And the third body is kind of interesting, and that deals with I think what they call the gate node. And the idea with the third body is that it's basically the entire universe that you live in. So the idea with this system is, in Zarfexology, the idea is that that reality is what's called a Zarfex. And a Zarfex is kind of like, you think of it like a big ball made of smaller spheres. Like if you take like a sphere and then you zoom into it and you see it's made up of a bunch of smaller spheres. And there's a kind of a central core to this Zarfex, but everyone kind of has a creation of their own universe, when the universes kind of overlap. I think of it like, reflecting an image through multiple what's that thing called, the glass ball, what's that thing called, I don't know why I can't get a snow globe. Like, think of it like every universe is like a snow globe. Like, I have my little diorama inside my snow globe, but that diorama reflects into your snow globe, into your universe. And so that understanding, so it's basically your first body is like your actual physical body, and then your third body is actually your entire universe. Like the universe that exists around you is like, it's actually one of your, it's essentially a body, which is something I've been kind of thinking about. And this is probably true, like if you've ever done any kind of like a psychedelic trip, where there no longer seems to be a distinction between you and the external environment. You feel like you're one with the universe. And from the phase perspective, that's the third body. And then the fourth body is something that you don't really have volition and free will over. It's something that's your connection to the divine. That's your sort of connection to the Zarfex itself. And I haven't really analyzed that. So when it comes to the mind, I think it seems to take place, what you're referring to, the mind is what takes place in the second body, or so they basically, the main ones, it's sort of your physical body. There's they refer to as the body node, the key node, and the gate node. The key node is more of the masculine, rational. So if we're thinking about like what we're turning the mind, it's something more along the lines of that. Because I think that like when you kind of just have everything, be in your head, you don't really get a full picture of what the nature of consciousness really is. You have to integrate the body into your understanding of consciousness to see how it interconnects with everything around you. It's much more intuitive that way, because if you think of trying to gap, this mind that solely exists in the brain, and you try to make it sort of interconnected with the universe, it's kind of there's a couple of logical steps you have to take. But if you see the mind as existing throughout the entire body, then it's sort of like the external universe is only like a skin cell away, so to speak. And when you see that the mind exists in other parts of your body, your muscles, your bones, your skin, and so on and so forth, then it becomes easier to understand the universe as having a mind, because you haven't confined it to, you kind of like, you spread it out. So I don't know, when it comes to understanding the mind, I think that the body kind of has a mind, in that there's a kind of a logic to it. I mean, think about like your organs. It knows how to, oh, hey, little dog, knows how to like pump blood, digest food, process air, send different neurotransmitters back and forth. And it's obvious that, like, you know, going back to the kind of the panpsychism thing, that's just, it's all, you know, it's like that. And, you know, you think about, like, you know, like, think about when you learn a martial art or you learn a sport, you know, one of the reasons it gets easy, because when you think about when you learn a sport, you first have to learn it with your brain. You have to learn all the steps, all the moves. You don't know it, but once you've practiced it for a while and you know the moves and they're just sort of intuitive to you, then it's like your body remembers. It's kind of like when people, like, you know, they get into when they get into a flow state and they don't really have to think about what they're doing. They just kind of do it. And my theory is that when you're in that state, it's like now, instead of just your brain having a memory of the steps that you need to take, now your body has a memory, and you feel out the memory to understand it. So when it comes to talking about the nature of the mind, from, you know, my perspective, it gets pretty complicated, to say the least.
I like that. And, you know, this is exactly why I asked this question. Because, like, okay, so I believe that the reason the word head, what we call head, I believe that modern Hebrew has trampled the Hebrew language under a pile of dirty footprints. And so this is what people are regurgitating when they vomit modern Hebrew. And so the word head, I think the word hot, what we call hot, which is the eighth sphere, okay, is what has become the word head. And hot represents these intellectual potentials, right? And there's an infinite potential reflected within hot, where it sort of keeps this infinite potential that is reflected down by the supernal triad, which represents the infinite potential above us, reflected down through the different filtering aspects or nodes of consciousness to become what we call rational thinking. And that rational thinking is represented by what is called hot. I believe hot is a bastardized pronunciation. I think it's probably hit is really better. And from hit became head. And so I see this is very interesting that the word head represents what the eighth sphere of the Kabbalistic tree of life is implying. And it's not really Mercury's thing. That's the interesting point. Mercury fits into that thing very well because Mercury's feet are on Saturn's shoulders, right? And Saturn's place is actually that head, but the head is actually the earth. And so this is I think, like what you're sort of fingering at is that what we think is inside our mind is what we identify with, right? So what is mine is what I identify with. It's mine. And where did I mine it from? Where did I mine it from? So how did it become mine? Well, I mined it. Okay. So where did I mine it from? I mined it from the underworld. Okay. So mining it from the underworld makes it mine. And now I say it's in my mind because I mined it and it belongs to me. It's my thoughts, not my thoughts. I just mined it. And when I mined it, I called it mine. And now we say that this is my mind. Carrying on what I'm mining. So you see, this whole identity process is related to ownership. And the ownership process is relating to what we are getting from the underworld. And the underworld is a reflection of the etheric field, which is a reflection of matter. So this is what Cosmic's saying, basically, in a sense, you know, that.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, please do. I
feel like the mind is, and the brain is not where the memories reside, and that it's not where the consciousness resides. I feel like we know that there's the emotions are stored in the organs, and there's other neurons in the heart and all the organs as well. So the mind is not, or the brain is not solitary in being able to facilitate parts of the nervous system that hold thought. But in addition to that, I feel like the brain is just a place where records are kept. And so even though the mind is beyond the body in an energetic field that we haven't really been able to map yet, we don't have the instrumentation to map out the energetic aspects of our body, of the cell, of the atom. So that's something that quantum physics is working on, trying to be able to recognize these energetic components that we don't see with the physical eye. But I feel like the mind is likely beyond the body and probably connected through morphic fields to other minds. I feel like the mind is not an island. And so in a lot of ways, I feel like the mind maybe does use the brain to store records there. That, and the sense organs themselves are probably what have the memories, I feel like, because without those sense organs, the brain can't just conjure up a feeling based on an image from the eyes or something else that's not that actual sense organ that's familiar with the thing that you have an affinity to. So I feel like the organs recognize the familiarity. The mind pulls up the record that familiarity comes with something that's an affinity, or it could be the opposite. And so through the checks and balances of the records in the mind, the mind is able to operate through those memories that are held down as an anchor in the physical realm. But the mind is more freer than that and can create new interpretations and new memories. And sometimes I feel like when there's damage in the brain, we can lose the connection of the old records, but we can always create new understandings.
I like to use the metaphor of the mind in relation to the universal mind as kind of like a backyard without a fence. Like, because you have a clearly defined boundary as to what your mind is, but obviously, little squirrels and weeds can kind of creep into your yard, and your neighbor's dog can come into your yard too. It's not really a closed off system, but there clearly is like a kind of like, I guess there's a space that represents you or within that sort of larger space. I also like to think of it as sort of like an open bottle at the bottom of the ocean. It's like you have the inside of your bottle, which is like your kind of like your own headspace, but then the mind is the water that's within the bottle and the ocean. So there is that sort of like that sort of distinction. I guess I'm also thinking like in terms of like, when we think of like ownership, maybe it's not so much like when we're thinking about like how do we determine like what's our thoughts and what's not our thoughts, what's our mind, what's the universal mind. Maybe it's more like a kind of a gravity kind of thing, like an orientation. Like I think about like music I like versus music I don't like. When I think about the music I like, it's almost like that music, it resonates with me. And I think the reason we like the music that we like is it makes us feel more like ourselves. It's like it taps us into our own kind of source energy. And I think that's kind of like what's interesting about music is everybody has like totally different tastes in terms of like what they like and what they don't like. And we all kind of like resonate with different energies, different frequencies. So like, and I guess I think of it in kind of a synesthetic sense, but I think this kind of helps you kind of like, figure it out. Like if you're somebody who really likes orange sounding music or music and like that just invokes the color orange, or you like orange things, your inner space is most likely going to be orange because that's kind of a reflection of your soul. So maybe you have like a certain frequency. No, actually, I think a magnet is a better metaphor. Like you have a certain frequency and things that have a similar kind of correspondence to you sort of are magnetically attracted to you. And that kind of creates like you're like your own sort of inner solar system. Like you're the sun and all the ideas that you kind of have are like the planets that sort of orbit around said sun. So yeah, I think when it comes to like understanding how the mind is sort of connected to outer spaces, it's really interesting. But what I do in my Zarfexology practice, so it's like you have the human mind, and then you kind of have these sort of the earth human collective, consciousness. This is taking it a step further. It's like, what lies beyond the human collective consciousness? And you kind of realize that with my practice, it's kind of like the Fae that I work with, they have their own consciousness collective outside of ours, but then both of our collectives are part of an even larger collective that's so beyond mental comprehension. And this is kind of like, in essence, the sort of how you study mind space and its different kind of emanations and dimensional sort of variations, by kind of looking at things as sort of these these collective spheres of consciousness. That's essentially what a Zarfex is. It's a collective sort of hyperdimensional sphere of consciousness, and there's like multiple of them out there. So I think I kind of forgot what the initial question was, or the train of thought I was starting on. But I think when it comes to it's a good point to consider that the mind is not confined to your head, and that's kind of the thing with channeling too, is that you start to realize, like, one of the things that happens with me in channeling the Fae is that for some reason, there's a kind of association with the number 23. And one thing I noticed that the Fae are really like talking to me is I'll look at the clock and it says 23. And this almost always happens when the connection is strong. When the connection, the channeling session is very strong and I really feel the presence, it's like the more synchronicities that happen depending upon how strong the connection is. So if like the connection's kind of weak, I'm not really feeling it that day, I don't really get a lot of synchronicities. But if they're really vivid, it's like, oh my God, they're actually here. I start seeing tons of synchronicities, tons of weird numbers, stuff happening. So, and that to me has kind of opened my mind up to the sort of the larger outer mind that exists beyond our body and our skull.
Mike,
Well, that
good.
Please do, brother.
Yeah, I've had kind of a channeling breakthrough here. It's just come to me that maybe the brain is the place where the programming resides, whereas the mind is the agent, able to explore. And so when somebody has a stroke and they cannot speak or walk anymore, they are able to learn how to speak and walk again. They have to do it like they're learning it all over again. The mind is still there and active, but the brain has been damaged. And so the programming has been damaged. And so in a lot of ways, the damage of our programming can really allow us to reprogram ourselves. And so when I had brain surgery in 2007 as a result of a head trauma, I was able to reprogram my life and became a different person. I was a person that was in deep inner turmoil, and it was self-wrought, and I was pushing it on others as well. And then when I had the chance to reprogram myself, I was able to unlearn everything that I had known and learn all these new things. And so it doesn't have to be a point where you have to learn to walk and speak again to be able to reprogram. When I came out of brain surgery, I was able to think and walk and speak fine, but I was then able to reprogram my brain with my mind. So I feel like there could be that understanding of the relationship between the two. The mind can operate without the brain, but the brain can help the mind refer to habits that will allow us to not have to use the mind as much. They say that when we use true consciousness, you're no longer using habits. You're no longer referring to familiar things that you usually do. When you're using true consciousness, you're reprogramming. And they say we don't do that much, only 5% of the time at most.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, much of reality is really this, what we're talking about. We're not really looking. Our memory is filling in the gaps. Our imagination is filling in the gaps. And when you stop and look, it's like you have an out-of-the-body experience.
Yeah.
That's interesting. The moment you stop and look, you have an out-of-the-body experience. Well, what does that tell you? Just consider it. Like you You meet a friend and they say, hey, there's a mushroom brew. Have some of this. You have some of that and you're out of the body. Why? Because you started looking. Like
Yeah.
the walls are breathing. The trees are spouting light. There's little patterns of energy around everything. Like, I'm not alone. Who are these little guys? Like, who are these little guys? And what are they doing here? What's that village doing? Why didn't I see that village there before? You know, like what is going on? Like, am I in Smurfville or what happened? You know? And
It's
I gotta
good.
be careful not to go too high because you know Bush Whisperer is rocking his favorite suit today. And not as elegantly dressed as our dear brother Indy there. So I gotta be careful. Like I'll be arrested if I stand up. But you know, there's definitely this notion. And what else was it that you said that was so poignant that really hit the bell? Oh yes, program. Okay, program. So we know what a gram is, right? Is it a telegram? No. A gram. I'm going to send a telegram. Yeah, a telegram. I'm going to send you a message. Communication. Telegram. But it's also mass, grams. Yeah, gram. Like pro mass. Okay, program is to be pro mass, is to be oriented. So we need to be programmed to experience mass. What a concept. And the moment we stop programming ourselves to experience mass, what happens? All right. It's when you look. It's when you open your eyes and start paying attention. It's like out of the body. So what is this body? And it brings us back to what Cosmic was saying earlier about, you know, consciousness and the body. And what is consciousness? People always want to intellectualize consciousness, and they want to say that consciousness is this thing of this etheric thing. And it's like, yes, but what is the body? The body is programs of consciousness that we are experiencing. And we've become so reliant upon these particular programs of consciousness that we now feel ourselves embedded within the program, the matrix. So this matrix that we're experiencing, which seems to be such a limiting reality, is in like all those distinctions that Cosmic was also talking about, the separations, the boundaries, you know, this garden without a fence, right? Those fences, that is all part of the program. And the moment we start actually looking at the garden, we notice that there isn't really a fence. It seemed like there was a fence because there's some bushes around the garden. But if you actually look at the bushes, like you can actually just walk right through the bushes. You go, oh, wow. There's a relative privacy that we take for granted. We say, look, this is my private space. But only just because you're not looking through the bushes. Part the bushes and you see, whoa, there's a whole world out here. And it's like you can literally walk in and out of the property. You don't need a key. And so that's like quite an interesting perspective to look at consciousness as being, when I think of consciousness, this is what I think of. I think of conch representing the primal sound of vibration. And the conch is carrying Zeus, which is that thought. So the Zeus is being moved by the conch. So conch, Zeus, and then Ness. Now, when I think of Ness, I think of that transformative potential of Scorpio in the form of a fish that is swimming through a energetic field of life force, and it is being carried by the patterns of the serpent, ness, consciousness. So it's got the hiss of the serpent, which is the card that relates to strength, which is actually a reflection of Jupiter, because we're thinking about Samek. But Samek has got this reflective connection with Tet, with strength. And Samek represents something that props something up. So it's that which props up the universe, gives it like structure, which obviously relates to Jupiter's house, right? In terms of Sagittarius, and we've got this consciousness. And yes,
Sorry, I might have to bow up for a little bit, but we'll be back in about an hour.
God bless you. God bless your partner. Much love to her. I hope you guys have a peaceful ceremony. I hope she finds joy in this challenging time.
Thank you so much. Means a lot.
Much
I'll be
love, man.
spirit, and I shall see you soon.
Om Shanti.
Take it easy,
Bless
man.
you.
See you
Bye,
soon.
brother. So yeah, this consciousness. I think of this ness, and it makes me think of the nose, the nose, and the nose then represents like our sense of smell, right? Represents like that most physical aspect. So the smell then represents like the experience of things, sensation. I think when I think of Ness, this Nun, Aleph, and Samek, they seem to bring us back to that structuring thing, and that structuring final bottom line is smell, which is why animals are so governed by their sense of smell. So if you see conch, Zeus, Ness, it's how the vibrational field of the universe brings the principle of thought into tangible experience, which is propped up on a solid thing and can be smelt, consciousness. And so that's what consciousness represents to me. It's an entire broad spectrum. And I think that when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about Mercury, fundamentally. And so it sort of brings me back to what you were saying, Cosmic, about the way in which, we think of consciousness as being in our head. But what is the head? I think Indy really nailed it down when he said head and, the programming. And so then what does that mean about mind if we really look into it? If we're pretty much on the same page then, right? Would you say, Cosmic? When it comes to thinking about what mind means.
Mm-hmm. I think so. I've also kind of been thinking lately too. I think that, I think physical sort of sensations, whether it be pleasures or pains, can kind of locate our consciousness at a certain level. Because I noticed that I'm more in my head when I have headaches. Maybe I'm in my head because I have headaches because I'm in my head. But you feel that when you have like a certain physical pain, it locks your consciousness in that particular spot. That's why I think I remember you were talking last time that if you want to relieve a headache, think about like some completely different body part. And I think there's definitely some wisdom there when it comes to that sort of idea. As regards to consciousness, I always think of it, the Fae kind of taught me to understand it as awareness plus being equals consciousness. A plus B equals C. I think of it like that. So by awareness, there's that projecting kind of like outward, looking out into the world, and then being more represents that internal sort of sense. It's everything kind of like comes sort of inward, sort of that inward feeling, your body, your sense of tired or relaxed or whatever. And it's these two aspects of consciousness that make consciousness experience as it is. Because I was thinking like there's two actually different kinds of sort of like unconscious states. There's the state of mind when you're in dreamless sleep, and there's the state of mind when you're pretty much like you're so deep into a psychedelic trip you basically kind of lose your ego. So the way I kind of framed that is that when you're asleep, your consciousness, and you're in dreamless sleep, your consciousness is in pure being and lacks awareness. Whereas when you're in a psychedelic trip and you forget your body, you forget who you are, you forget your identity, you feel like you're one with the universe. In that state of mind, it's more like you are pure awareness devoid of being. So these are like two different polarities of the conscious soul, and that when both of these elements are put together, that's when we have the kind of the known conscious experience that we have. And so the way and then this is kind of explains how consciousness sort of evolves. It sort of starts from these two poles that sort of come together. So you start with sort of like the universal kind of like mind, that's just like pure mind, and you have like the kind of the universal body, and you see, and then the two sort of interact with each other, and the interactions that happen in between is where life forms, worlds, and conscious beings emerge from. So I think of it, when I think of consciousness, my understanding is it's awareness plus being. Because it seems like with a lot of, I think another reason why we have such a difficult time with consciousness and understanding is that people want to say consciousness is either just awareness or just being. Like maybe, you know, some of the Buddhist types might want to say consciousness is just pure awareness and being is an illusion. That's why there's all the kind of this emphasis on, like, you know, giving up material possessions and worldly things. Likewise, a materialist who says everything is made of matter might say everything is pure being, and that awareness, as I defined it, is essentially a kind of an illusion, and that we're just sort of the mechanical awareness of atoms. But I think it's actually, these are two aspects that need to be kind of like put together to sort of solve a larger equation. I think when you have that kind of two-pronged approach to understanding consciousness, instead of this idea that it has to come from one specific source, I think then you can kind of get, oh, this model seems a lot more intuitive for understanding this.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You bring up some really interesting points there. And I agree with you that these two aspects are what we're really talking about. And that's how Mercury finds its way on this table. Because Mercury represents the reconciliation between these two different aspects, right? That's fundamentally what Mercury is. That's what the caduceus symbolizes. That's what the Tao, the Yang Yin symbolizes. Two things that are becoming one, or one thing that is becoming two. Now, here's where it gets very interesting. So when we look at the caduceus, the one aspect of the caduceus, like you say, represents two aspects that create one aspect. We could think of this as the rising force. Yeah? But then when we look at it from the other perspective, the falling force, we could think of it as one aspect that becomes two aspects. What came first, the chicken or the egg? In as much as that is being and awareness an extraction of consciousness. So you've got consciousness that exists, and then consciousness divides itself into two things. One thing is being, and one thing is awareness. And then consciousness works through both being and awareness, but in two opposite ways, on the one hand. On the other hand, we are then here in this dilemma of this dichotomy of duality, which is reflecting polarity, which we are now in this state of having separated being from awareness, where we now wish to reunify awareness and being to become one, so that we can experience full consciousness. And so I think you see where I'm coming from here.
Yeah.
The chicken and the egg, it's like that figure of eight. They work from two different directions, telling the same story back to front. And somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the middle of all of this, there's just pure consciousness, which is that completes. And so this idea of the head, I think it's a dangerous idea.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's dangerous because it means that we feel the need to draw this distinction between consciousness and awareness, and between awareness and being, when being is a natural expression of awareness, which is a natural expression of consciousness. So there is actually no difference between consciousness or awareness or being. Matter is actually thought, which is actually an expression of energy, right? So now we can use like physics terms, right? So the principles are not separate to the energy that produces the object, but the object is essentially just energy, and the energy is essentially just principles. So these fundamental principles are really the substance of matter, and matter is really the structure of the fundamental principles, and energy is really a reflection of these principles in motion to produce matter. And so when we start to like put these three together, these are like three different, and when I'm saying matter, I'm not talking about what we consider matter. I'm talking about the etheric, the beginning and the ending. So like the word etheric is aleph teth, which relates to that tet relates to the endings of things, the Saturn's cross, the last letter of the 22. And the aleph is the first, which represents the fool. So the union between the fool and the world. Her dancing naked with the spiral sash of the moon around her, keeping all that structure in place, with the fool just stepping off into the infinite, represents this beginning and ending, the alpha and the omega. And so this alpha and the omega and the beginning and the ending is what we could call et, which is the basis of et erik, right? So this has got to do with structure and form. And then, of course, when we look at the other one, the astral, and I've mentioned this before, esh is fire and stral is beam. So we're talking about that beam of light that comes from that fire principle, which is essentially what we're looking at when we look at the astral. It's not formed. It's a ray of light. It's so abstract. And so we are somehow in our minds trying to give an idea a place to exist conceptually when the idea really exists as an object. Hope that makes sense. You following me, right, Cosmic?
For the most part, yeah.
So this concept of separating object from idea, and Buddhism does actually do quite well in reminding us that thoughts are objects. And so we like to draw distinctions between thoughts and objects. And people say, oh, well, my little boy was saying this to me earlier today. Hey, brother, welcome back. My little boy was saying this to me today about, but that's just in the imagination. What was that yesterday? He was saying it to me yesterday. I was like, what do you mean, just in the imagination? No, well, that stuff only exists in the imagination. I said, well, what doesn't exist in the imagination, my son? And he looked at me. I said to him, are you not imagining all this around you in your mind? His little eyes went big, like grasping the idea that this is all, we're just imagining reality. And so this is like shamanic dream time. So the shamanic dream time speaks of the three different aspects of dream time. And this brings us back to your four worlds, because these three aspects of dream time coalesce, right? And the coalescing of these three aspects of dream time is essentially what we're experiencing here as the physical realm. Welcome back, dear brother Indy. I take it you're on the phone, yeah?
Yes, I'm on the phone now. I'm just probably going to be listening in mostly.
Much love, man. Sounds beautiful. The birds there.
Yeah.
So this coalescing of these three elements is what gives rise to the seven principles of Hermes. So when we're talking about the caduceus and we're talking about Mercury, we're talking about Hermes. We're talking about Magick. We're talking about those 7 divine principles that are actually the way in which we realize the 3 fundamental principles. There are only really 3. And those 3 fundamental principles are really that there's a staff and there are 2 serpents. That's all there is. And you notice how when that staff and those 2 serpents come together and they wind up, what do we get on the top of the staff? We get a sphere forming, right? So Hermes is explaining to us in the Caduceus that you have 3 states of being, 3 worlds. And when those 3 worlds come together, they form a 4th world. Isn't that what the Zarfexology is expressing? Is not one of those 4 worlds really all 3 of the worlds working together?
It's kind of hard to say because I'm not really sure exactly, like temporally speaking, how Zarfexes are formed in terms of like, it's not, there's a sense of like, because we're talking about nonlinear time, right? And there's all these different like dimensions of like time goes into like all these weird dimensions. So it's like you got like the straight line sort of linear time, then that expands into a ripple, and then that time expands into a sphere, and that sphere is within a larger sphere of time. So I think that it's kind of like I'm not really sure where I'm going with this, but the Zarfex thing, sort of like, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. But
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is the first 3 aspects going to be like the Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, and then the 4th is the sphere?
Well, the thing about in Zarfexology is that every kind of everything is sort of divided into Zerfaxes. Now, what a Zerfax is, it's essentially kind of, think of like whatever room you're existing in as its own kind of universe, and that's sort of like a sphere. But each one of these spheres has 4 membranes that surround it, sort of like 4 cell layers. And so like your first layer would basically be kind of like all of the alternative possibilities that can exist within that realm. So let's say like right now, I have a can of ginger ale on my desk. And that implies that there's a universe where there's not a can of ginger ale on my desk. So that is kind of like where the first membrane is all about. The second membrane has to deal with all the adjacent Zerfaxes. So I'm in my bedroom right now, and I can see there's a closed door right in front of me, and I know there's a world outside of that door. This is where the second membrane is talking about. Or if you're out in a field and you see a forest, like whatever is outside of your peripheral vision. Then the third membrane has to deal more with the universe itself. It's sort of like the sky or the ambient color. So let's say you got a clear blue sky for a particular day. Then you have kind of like a blue third membrane. Or if it's nighttime, that membrane might be black. If it's a cloudy, overcast day, the membrane is gray. And I think one of the things they talk about, like, in terms of dimensional travel, is all about learning to manipulate the color of that third membrane to align with the desired dimension that you want to travel to. And then the fourth membrane is how the Zerfax is connected to the rest of the Zarfex. And it's kind of like the same. It's like it's the whole larger Zarfex mind is connected to that. And that's where a lot of people put their belief systems into, which is which kind of blocks access to the understanding of the outer Zarfex, and where there's, instead of this one membrane which is open to these other universes that exist outside of it, it then gets closed off by whatever you perceive to be ultimate reality. And so the 4 bodies that I'm talking about, so the way they do it is settings. Wait, what was I going to do? Share screen. Window. I'm going to get something out real quick right here. This is.
So. Yeah. this getting also
So
back.
here, this is
Okay.
how they kind of represent the four bodies, right? So you have, this is what's known as the Vidzervax. Each one of these triangles, it's kind of like a flower, and each one of these triangles represents a different body, which is, it's represented by that. And then the circle in the center is kind of like the center of your being. So each one of these triangles represents a different body of the self, and this whole thing altogether kind of was what makes up the soul. I think that's kind of an important source. And that symbol, it's interesting. It's actually like another symbol called, like, it's like basically just a triangle, and they just kind of like form a circle. I didn't even, when I made that symbol on my channel, I didn't realize like that's what it was. That just sort of manifested itself accidentally. It wasn't even intentional, but it's like, so when it comes to understanding the four bodies, like that's the thing with the Fae, is that they can exist in four places at once or more, depending upon how developed they are. So there's like cycles of development. Like it's weird because it's like they're not physical beings, but they're organisms. They're these living things. It's like they're beings of like pure organic energy, if you will. And I'm trying to figure out where I was going this. And then sort of the Zarfex is sort of your relationship to that.
Barbara Marciniak wrote some books about the Palladians. I believe it was in the 70s and 80s, and they referred to the Palladians back then as energetic beings. They're definitely life forms, but they don't have a physical component to their body besides their energetic aspect. Now, I think other people have come up with different ways to interpret the Palladians since Barbara Marciniak, but I just wanted to point that out. It's a very interesting kind of conundrum that's got a parallel in the starseeds.
Yeah, so basically the way matter is understood in Zarfexology is that we live in what's known as a Zorfex. This is sort of the cluster of Zarfexes that we all live in. And I'm going to do another diagram here real quick.
Oh, yeah. And interestingly, these energetic beings, when I tried to talk to one of the channeling starseeds that was speaking to me from their starseed mind, they told me that the DNA enhancement that they do, that you pay $999 to get your DNA activation, it can activate up to 12 strands of DNA. They claim that those 12 strands, or the 10 beyond the 2, are an energetic component of the DNA. It's not actually seen in the molecular structure of the deoxyribonucleic acid. This is kind of a side tangent, but they talk about how there's components of us that's not seen, that's only energetic too.
I mean, that definitely checks out, that there's sort of a physical component to being, but I think that there also would be a necessary energetic component of the being as well, which would be translated to soul. So the way matter is understood in the Zarfexology. So here you have 4 different basic types of Zarfexes, right? So at the top, we have what's known as the Isotholidocratha, or this is sort of the plasma Zarfex plane. This is almost like all the Zarfexes below interconnected into one. And so it's kind of like a meta Zarfex that kind of like oversees all this stuff. And I notice I have them noted as plasma, gaseous, fluid, and solid. So I like to think of each one of these planes as being a different temperature. At the top, it's very hot, and at the bottom, it's very cold. And so once you get to plasma, then you get down to gas with gaseous Zarfexes. These are more kind of like purely like mental, sort of like it's a white void Zarfex. And so it's a lot of kind of like just sort of like pure information. There's not a lot of form that takes place in this realm. It's just sort of like pure light and information and insight. Then you go down to the fluid Zarfexes. These are more like Zarfexes that are like, if you took a universe and it's nothing but, it's like a self-contained astral plane. There's no physical universe. There's just a slightly more dense astral plane that exists in the center. And this is sort of like fluid. And notice as we go down the planes, it's sort of consciousness is getting sort of colder and colder. But then once we go down to the solid Zarfexes where we are, that energy literally freezes and crystallizes in the same way as you take water and you put it in a cold place, it turns into a sheet of ice that can't really be moved unless you sort of hit it with a hammer. And the black void plane, which is what our Zarfex exists on, that plane, it takes that consciousness and it freezes it into physical matter so that there's this kind of this thing. But what that does, and the reason why it exists, is it provides a sort of foundation for all these upper Zarfexes to exist. Because if this bottom row doesn't exist, all these Zarfexes just sort of collapse and fall down. Like imagine like you have a like a bottle filled with sand, right? The bottle gives that sand a sense of shape and it gives it a sense of form, but without the bottle, the sand just kind of collapses and falls over the place. So basically, without these solid Zarfexes of matter, all the other Zarfexes around would essentially sort of disintegrate into pure chaos. So it's kind of like there's a reason like why it exists, and so you have to understand like matter as essentially consciousness being crystallized. I think that's the best way. It's crystallized consciousness that's crystallized, so it's so cold and so rock solid that it's difficult for the mind to penetrate and control it. It can be done with conceded efforts, but there's a lot more inertia. Whereas if I took something from a fluid Zarfex, in a fluid Zarfex realm, the objects and things around me are more malleable to matter. They're more easily influenced by thoughts. But the more dense these Zarfexes become, the harder it is, the more effort, the more inertia one has to overcome for the mind to sort of magically affect matter. And that's kind of how I basically analyze this with this Zarfexology stuff.
That's totally interesting, and I think there's a lot here to unpack. What you were saying, Cosmic, about the way in which the nature of this existence of physical matter is almost a confluence between the other points of existence, that it binds them, holds them, keeps them in place. From a Kabbalistic perspective, one considers that Atzilut is the fundamental archetypal state, the fundamental state of being. Maybe not even archetypal. Archetypal would be considered the Bria. This is the emotional thing, aspect of the universe. And so Bria then becomes how these archetypal structures emerge from that absolute unity of Atzilut. And then how from this Bria comes Yetzirah. And Yetzirah then represents this differentiated state with all these different aspects of reality, all bound in a pattern, dancing their own particular dance of unity in the sphere of differentiation. And then we have what we call this Asaya, which is really that dark physical matter that you're talking about, of pressure and compression, that sort of is a reflection of all of these above, but in terms of like a crystallized aspect of consciousness. And so then we could say that consciousness has three aspects, that there are three reflections of consciousness, three ways in which consciousness exists fundamentally in its most fundamental state, which is, we're looking at the doctrine of the four worlds, for example. And you were saying that, like, even with your model, it seems to add up to the same numbers to what I'm seeing in all the other mystical traditions, in as much as that matter is that binding principle that keeps all the others in check, though is a reflection of all of the others, in as much as that you've got the caduceus, you've got the one serpent, you've got the other serpent, you've got that fundamental staff. You've got these three principles. And these three principles are being intertwined and bound. And we have a sphere. And that sphere is what keeps the axis mundi balancing the other two principles. And so the axis mundi then becomes that concept that has been crystallized in our consciousness as the tree of life, which represents the roots digging into the underworld, and the branch and the leaves moving towards the divine planes of consciousness, representing the three aspects of creation as in the most simplest and basic core ways of understanding it through the shamanic principles as the three aspects of dream time: the divine dream time and the energetic shift of dream time, and then the underworld aspect of dream time, where the roots and the trunk and the branches and the leaves all come together to produce this dream time that we're living in, which holds and binds all three dream times together, much the way that you were saying, Cosmic, that fourth. And here's an interesting thing is, even when we look at these four worlds, there are essentially three membranes separating all four of the worlds, because that's how four worlds work, right? You got four things, but when you look at those four things, you got three fundamental membranes. And so in yoga, we got the Muladhara band, which is that root chakra band. It's a band in the body that you can close, and it's got to do with bringing the energy into the physical manifestational gram mass body. And then we've got this band which is close to the Hrit Padma, between the Manipura chakra, the solar fire, and the Anahata chakra, which is what, if you've ever had a knot in your stomach, that's that band activating. It can be, so fear and extreme shock can activate your Muladhara band. That's when your anus is clamping, when you're so afraid, right? Like, let's say you wake up one morning and the whole world is like turning into a volcano around your house. That anus is going to be clamping like this, tell you. There's nowhere to go, but it's just hot rock everywhere. Anus is going to be working hard. But if you're like really frustrated and irritable because someone's getting on your nerves, if you work in an office and someone's just ticking you off, the boss is just on your case with little details, and they're not really understanding what's going on the floor because they're sitting in their office detached. But now it's your problem to try and make the impossible possible, so that someone who doesn't appreciate what is possible can tick it on their little box of lists. That frustration, anger, and irritability can cause a lump in the stomach, which can cause your stomach to clamp up. You can't eat. You become so neurotic. And then, of course, there's the lump you get in your throat. That's the third band, the Visuddhi chakra band, which is when you get so overwhelmed by nostalgia, feelings, and emotions that you can't even talk because it feels like you got a lump in your throat. So we literally say you got a lump in your throat, you got a knot in your stomach, or your anus is clamping and opening and clamping. So these are the three bands that separate these four divisions within the physical body, reflecting the divine. And so these three bands also represent three aspects. So this is like the three aspects of the caduceus or caduceus, bound in the physical flesh of the body. And it's reflecting these fundamental divine principles and processes behind the structuring of the divine architecture of space and time. And so this fourth aspect is literally the matrix that keeps everything together. And look at the word matrix, right? If you're making something, the matrix is the base substance that you put the other things into, right? Like, let's say an artist wants to manufacture some piece of three-dimensional art. They'll need a matrix to work in. And then they'll use other mediums to add the different mediums to the matrix to give you a full product reflecting the ideas, the feelings, and the concepts that they are loading into the matrix. And so there we've got an interesting choice of words: ideas, feelings, and concepts, right? So a feeling, we know what a feeling is. It's a refined emotion that has become refined. A concept is a broad sphere of idea which is relating to emotion, but not emotion, relating to the sphere of emotion. In other words, it's that aspect of the intelligence which isn't rational intelligence, because to conceive and to have a concept involves creativity, and that creative impression means that it's coming out of a proverbial womb of thought, where an idea is like it's a constructed thing. It's something that, like a ball that I can hit. It's an idea, and that idea can lead to another idea and can lead to, but it takes a whole lot of ideas to be in sync to reflect a concept, because a concept is so much more profound than an idea. And so we've got the concept, we've got the idea, and these two then represent, the serpents, the concept and the idea. And yeah, we're seeing the caduceus once again. So Mercury represents that aspect of the human psyche, to be able to touch into the deep conceptual structures of the consciousness field, extract ideas from the deep conceptual substance, and reflect those ideas into the plasma, the energy, the feelings, so that this becomes a reflective experience that we can harness and hold and touch and measure and smell and weigh. And it's interesting, when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about weighing matter, right? Which matter are we talking about? This matter or that matter? So a matter that is being discussed is a series of ideas that are relating to a concept which is more abstract. So we can't really talk about concepts. We can discuss the ideas that we have of concepts. And then these ideas of these concepts, we can then weigh our thoughts up. And this becomes a way of perceiving reality. And so we see the perception is a way of perceiving through awareness, because we have to be aware in order to focus the beam of perception. And once we focus that beam of perception, we are then able to get an idea of the concept reflected by the awareness of the situation of consciousness. So it's a very interesting way of understanding and conceiving of the caduceus, which represents these three principles, the three worlds of the shaman, or the Atzilut, the Bria, the Yetzirah of the tree of life of the Kabbalistic, or the Idda, the Bingala, or the Sashumna of the Vedic schools. And that's quite an interesting concept. So in your system of looking at these four worlds, cosmic, which one relates to distinctions, drawing distinctions?
Yeah, I gotta think about that. I think that the whole, like, I don't know if there is one specific thing that is like specifically in regards to drawing distinctions. Let me think about that for a second. Maybe the Azurfax? It's probably one of the 23 Zerfaxes. I would say probably. I would think maybe the Azurfax, which is the Zerfax of information. That there's sort of these little bits and like Zerfaxes of just pure ideas without, and then there's the Zerfax, which is sort of like the actual visual image of something, but there's no, like, it's just a pure image. There's no real weight to it. There's no smell, essentially. And so there's sort of like these, like, what's interesting about Zerfaxology is there's also this idea of micro Zerfaxes, and there's 4 different types. There's the, I think it's like Eth, Liz, Kuth, and Ah. There's 4 different types of micro Zerfax. So I talked earlier about how a Zerfax is like the entire room you exist in, a kind of 4th dimensional bubble. And so a micro Zerfax is like 3 dimensions or less is the idea. Then you have a macro Zerfax, which is more than 4 dimensions, and that has to deal with how many membranes something actually has. The thing what makes like the ether, like, so the membranes I was talking about earlier, how each Zerfax has 4 membranes, this kind of like gives kind of the meat to the Zerfax. It sort of like fills it up and gives a lot of like weight. So actually, I think I should probably share a screen here, because this is a very, I need to sort of visually explain this idea here. So let me just get this here, and then, all right. So we get back to this stream. So basically, this is the Zerfax right here. And this is sort of like a pure kind of image. Like if you just think of like a random image in your mind, like a squirrel or a beaver or something just kind of floating in the void. These are kind of Zerfaxes, right? And the idea is that they have like most of their membranes are just filled with black empty space. So, and as you go up the Zerfaxes, there's more kind of membranes kind of keeping itself. So in the Zaphras channel, this is where you kind of get like dreams, but it's sort of like virtual reality, where it's like you see a 3-dimensional world. There's clearly like kind of a 3-dimensional space around you. There's a sky, but you know, there really isn't a sense of like weight to the world. You can't really touch things. You can't really feel the bark of a tree. You can't sort of smell the scents that are around you until you go up to here in the Kids Zerfax, where the body starts to take a role. You start to get like smell, touch, physical sensation. And these are all kind of, and so basically the idea with how dreams form is that, see, down here, you got a bunch of Zerfaxes. So these are all the kind of the memories and thoughts and images that go throughout your day, things you remember, just random stuff that's kind of going on through your mind. These then kind of coalesce into a soup. And when enough of them kind of merge together, they kind of like rise up to this upper channel right here. And then they form a kind of like coherent sort of dream world. And so if anything, when you're talking about things being like distinctions, because Zerfaxology in a lot of ways is all about making distinctions between things so you can kind of understand the relationship, because it's all about understand. Because the thing about Zerfaxology is that it's a way to actually understand distance in the astral and etheric planes that you talk about. Because when you understand, because there's physical distance between ideas, but obviously in the astral plane, you know, there's not really a sense of like, there's not really a physical substrate to define that world. So then distance is no longer physical in the sense of like, you know, California has a certain distance between New York, and there's like a physical. So then distance is then measured conceptually. What is the conceptual distance between one idea from another? So example, if you think of like a turtle and a Gila monster, I don't know, that just came to my mind. You see, there's a certain conceptual distance between those two ideas. But if I take a turtle and a squid, now you can see there's a larger conceptual distance between those two ideas. And if you think of more basic in terms of the idea of color, between the colors of red and orange, because they're so close together, they're very close in a conceptual distance because their concepts are very related. But if you take red and blue, those have a farther conceptual distance. So when you understand the astral space as being kind of like measuring the conceptual distance between certain concepts, you can actually start to map things out in a kind of higher dimensional way. So I think that I would say that if we're coming to if there is a Zerfax that is about distinctions, that would be the Azerfax, which is basically kind of like a triangle with like two little curls at the bottom ends. If I can share that real quick here.
Yeah, I find that interesting.
This is the Azerfax, by the way, the symbol.
That makes a lot of sense.
So this is like basically the idea
There's quite a lot of structure in that.
Yeah.
I was thinking more in terms of the principles that this structure is reflecting, something on a more baseline core, if that makes sense, because this will be reflecting something else, won't it? But on a more fundamental, everything seems to reflect everything else.
Yeah.
In some way, but on a different level, if that makes sense. Like the one level you've got this, then you got the same thing on another level, but it's not the same, but it's different, but they're reflecting each other in a way. Which is quite interesting. And it sort of makes me think of the F sharp major scale, right? And why the F sharp major scale comes to mind, for those of you that haven't looked into it, and why there's no real knowledge of this Pythagorean mathematics and music, where the music came from. Go and take a look at the Pythagorean basis for where music notation came from. Very interesting. It comes from geometry. And so you got the F sharp, you got the A sharp, and you got the C sharp. And those three aspects get together to make up a F sharp, right? A chord, an F sharp chord. And what we're looking at here is a square, a circle, and a triangle. It's quite mind-blowing. So that's like where these tones come from, and when you're using the old 432 hertz bass notation original music theory before equal temperament, which I don't really understand, was brought into the whole musical sphere of reality, it's very interesting. Pythagoras was noticing that, like, when you take a string and you shorten it, the tone becomes double, and the number of cycles of sounds and oscillations are double. And so he looked at the geometry of sound, which is the etheric field. And so these three principles, or these three tones, you'll find that when it comes to chords, music requires this. And so if we can think of reality, of physics and the matter is like a chord, the others are like tones or notes, and that you need all three of those notes in a particular pattern in order for the chord to come into being. And the chord keeps the notes in place, in a sense, right?
It's
musically.
Like
So, I think that, like, these are like really fundamental. So when we look at Hermes, we see this reflected in three different ways. That's so incredible how Hermetics does this. These 7 principles reflect in 3 different ways the 3 fundamental states of being, which is mentalism, correspondence, and vibration. Right? These are the 3 fundamental principles. But also, when you look at it, the mentalism also is bound by this principle of being in tune with the unification of the sexual energy, of the potential for generation. And then we see that the vibration is bound in check and is reflected in the principle of rhythm, and the principle of quantum entanglement, or principle of things that are in correspondence with each other, is reflected by the principle of polarity. And so you see these three principles reflected down the tree in yet a different pattern. And then one can take it one step further to say that also the principle of vibration is bound and reflected in the principle of rhythm. The principle of polarity is bound and reflected in the principle of cause and effect. And that the principle of presence and the principle of mind is reflected in the principle of generation. For all things are a generation of mind. This is all a reflection of what we're experiencing. So it's really interesting when we see how the 3 becomes 9, becomes 7. And within this whole interesting structure, we've got this fundamental 5. How does the number 5 fit into your system? I'm very curious to hear what the Fae say about the number 5 and the principle of the pentagram.
I don't know. They're more interested in the number 4. Like that's like that number is just like it's so paramount to the system. I don't know. Think about that. The number 5. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard because it's. I don't know. Also, I've never really been a fan of the note F sharp. It always feels like it always has like a kind of like an angry dark crimson red sound to it. So the note whenever songs are in that key, I always feel that's the weird thing. Like even when it's like in a major key, it still kind of gives me a kind of a melancholy feeling because it's like you have this supposedly kind of like a major key melody, but because it's in this like dark kind of like tone, it makes you feel dark, and it's like kind of weird. That's why it was always like strange. Like when I was a kid, like you ever hear like a song that's like, I don't know, for some reason it makes you sad, but it makes everyone else, but it's supposed to be a happy song and it makes other people happy. And you're like, why does this song make me feel sad? And it's like, oh, it's because the colors are sort of off for me, I guess.
There's a question from Systematic Zoo.
Yeah, I saw that question. Is that, I think,
what happened to the color indigo?
My dog color indigo
her name is Indigo. She's like, who took my name out of this picture?
It's actually a very important color in my system. Of course, in the Fae language, they call it Bevitha, is what they call indigo. So let's see here. There we go. All right. So indigo is related to Bevitha. So there's all different colors. So red, you have azure. With orange, you have cheu. Yellow, you have canivo. Green, cafaleo. Then blue, you have restlithio. Indigo, bevitha. For purple, you have vithuzitho. And for pink, you have zethizithu. And these sort of these are different like levels of like we're talking about the awareness and being. So black right over here, this is like pure being. And over here with like the zith and the white, you have pure awareness. And as the awareness goes more towards the left, it starts to integrate more aspects of being. So there's more aspects of being in Vithuzitho there is as in Zesthizithu. Likewise, on the other side, we have being. As it goes more towards the right, it starts to incorporate more forms of awareness. So there's more of a sense of awareness in Sheu than there is in Ajo. And then when both of these elements come together from both sides, you then start to see that this is where the self basically formulates. And so these colors sort of represent different types of conscious awareness, and it all kind of comes to the center to form the I Zerfax. This is the Zerfax for the sense of self. And notice here that I also that these symbols actually spell out these words. So we have A, Je, O, and then you have sh, a, u. And so this symbol, this is O, this here is a, and this is yo right there. And so, and then basically depending, and then with that Zarfex map that I showed earlier, I guess when it goes into Zerfaxes, this is sort of like, this represents when the Zerfaxes are just kind of in pure, kind of like primordial energy form. They haven't quite formed into full like Zerfax awareness. So, and then, so yeah, indigo is actually a very important color, but in terms of that map, it's just, you have to look at the specific channels of the Zerfaxes, and it doesn't necessarily, it's kind of complicated. I'm not really sure exactly how to fully explain it, but yeah, indigo is represented by the word Bavitha. I like the Fey words.
That's quite interesting because, like, you answered my question as well with that picture about the number 5. Because what I was seeing there was seeing the duality of being, the polarity of being. And on the one side, you've got I forget the name, the white giving. On the other side, you've got the black, right? Representing no color and all color. And then you've got the 4 divisions from each side of that, right?
Yeah.
The 4 divisions from the white side and the 4 divisions from the black side. And they seem to like work in conduit like this.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you've got that little piggy in the middle that touches both.
That brings you back to Mercury,
Like
I guess.
That 5th element, that 5th principle. And so it's touching, and also we now got 9 things, and that one in the middle happens to be the one in the middle. 5 is in the middle of 1 to 9. We've had this conversation quite a lot of people coming up in the Ennead. So 5 holds a very special place. So 5 is the number that relates to Mercury from a Vedic cosmological perspective. And it's also very interesting. It sort of makes me think about this. Ali Mousavi. Are you with us still, Ali Mousavi? You were here earlier. You were asking about, let's find that question. Ali Mousavi was asking this question about astral projection. Now, astral projection and etheric projection, these are Mercury's bed babies, the way I see it. Mercury represents curing diseases, right? Because balancing the 2 polarities that are reflecting the dualities produces a state of harmony. And the harmonies then produce that natural sort of pitch that relates to all of the different keys. So all of the keys have a place in the harmonic field of pitch called a chord. And this chord then becomes the string, what we've got, that produces the correct tension on a system. Not too much tension, not too little tension. You need a certain amount of tension to get out of bed in your body. You need a certain amount of tension to walk across the room. But if you've got too much tension, you're going to be so wound up, you're going to be in physical pain because your back and your neck and your head and everything's going to be throbbing with physical pain because of too much tension. Because the lactic acid buildup will create a reaction, and that will produce swelling, which will have effects upon the endocrine system, obviously. And so the lymphatic system will thus carry this swelling, and this will affect the circulation, which will thus affect toxicity buildup, which means the hormones won't be brought out of the body correctly, which means that the particular hormones that trigger the muscles in order to generate tension will stay in the body, maintaining extra tension where tension is not necessary. And then we develop what is known as the subcutaneous tension. So this is the part that I think Eleanor is really interested in, the central nervous system. and how the central nervous system is sort of this series of what seems to be electrical cables, right, that go throughout the entire system and act as a go-between between the hormonal system, which is triggering the central nervous system in particular in subtle ways in order to become pitch harmonic regulators for frequency, in order to carry the right neurological tones of electrical potential between the organs and the brain, right? And this is what regulates those emotions in our bodies, like the Taoist system of understanding that, sadness is a malady of the heart, fear is a malady of the kidneys, anger is a malady of the liver, and so we understand that all of these emotions are reflected through our organs because those organs are wired into parts of our brain, and that also happens to carry the load of those emotions. So certain emotions affect certain hormones, and the hormones affect the way that the electrical impulses move between certain organs and parts of the brain. So the nervous system is that integral sort of set of cables that keeps everything together, right? It gives the hormonal system a way to interact with the physical body directly. In other words, the nerve says, flex that muscle. And so it feedback loops back to the hormonal systems. Quickly pump that bits in there to make the muscle go brrr, and it flexes and the arm moves, right? So this is all really a reflection of mercurial presence, which is that same rational aspect that governs the ability to communicate, like in a horoscope, which is really interesting. And the principles of communication between the different organs and the brain and the emotions and then the thoughts, because depending on the emotions that we're carrying from the different organs, different thoughts are going to be triggered, right? Don't look after your spleen. What will happen? You'll worry. What will the worry do? The worry will cause an excess buildup of stress hormone. And so this excess stress hormone building up will cause your head to get sore. The people that worry a lot end up with a sore head, right? Stands to reason, doesn't it? Like, don't worry, because the spleen is connected with the head. And so the spleen gives the pancreas signals. The pancreas will generate too much acidity. The acidity generated by the pancreas will change the way the blood flows, will cause blood to get blocked up in the head, will cause migraines. For example, just as like a hypothetical adventure into how these things communicate with each other. So Mercury represents this most fundamental form of interbodily communication and shows us how thoughts and emotions are carried in our physical body. What a thought. And so the thoughts are carried through the central nervous system, the etheric reflection into the body. The emotions are carried through the hormonal system, right? The astral reflection into the body. And then, of course, you've got this endocannabinoid system, which is that go between the emotional and the mental, the go between the central nervous system and the hormonal system in order to maintain that balance. And this is driven by terpenes and cannabinoids, right? And so, like, that brings us back to the sense of smell, taste, bringing us into the grounding aspect of the physical body so that the physical body can become once again that matrix that binds the emotions and the thinking principles together into a cohesive structure so that we can, for example, work the body to work the mind. Go for a jog and you won't be so stressed. I hate jogging. You won't catch me jogging. Anybody, if you ever catch me jogging, it's like you've made history because you won't do it. You'll catch me climbing the mountain, walking on the mountain. But like, to me, jogging is like a swear word, right? Like, Ask me if I'm going jogging and I'll be offended. Do you jog, Cosmic?
You know what
Cycle.
I guess you know, here's what I do when it's too cold to go outside. Like sometimes I'll jog back and forth in my basement just to kind of get like some kind of like physical energy. Most of the time I usually go for a walk or I ride my bike. I think those are usually my favorite. There's something jogging is like weird because it's kind of like it's like unnecessary labor. It just feels kind of weird. It's like I'm moving slow and you're just sort of like it's like exercising for the sake of exercising. Like I like exercising, but I don't like to think of exercise as exercise. I like to like either go out and explore or kind of like brainstorm ideas. But you know, when you're exercising and you're just focusing on exercising, I don't know, it makes it seem more like a chore, I guess. So, and I think that's what jogging is. It's like you're moving about as fast as you would be if you're walking, but you're expending unnecessary energy. It's like you either walk or run. Jogging is just kind of like there's just something kind of like weirdly unnatural about it. I don't know. It always kind of, and even when people jog, it looks funny. It just looks like, why are you moving in such a ridiculous way? So I get it. I get it with the jogging.
I think there's an etymological connection between jogging and hunting. Because in Afrikaans we say jag. You're going to go hunt? Ek gaan jag. And so ge is how we pronounce the G. It's obviously like Dutch and Germanic. That's how they pronounce the G. So you take that word jag and you turn it into a, you know, Anglo-Saxon Old English style, and you're going to go jag, jag, jog, right? Because we don't pronounce our J's as yeah, but they do in Germanic and Dutch. And we don't pronounce our G's like ge, but they do in Germanic and Dutch. So you see, jogging relates to hunting. And you see like the sand people of the Khoi, they would like the little bows and arrows and they'd shoot the animal and they'd run after the animal and they'd jog. Because like that animal is going to fall down sooner or later and you want to be the first one to get to that animal, because once the lions have claimed that animal, you're not going near it. Right? Like if you get there too slow and the hyenas or someone else is like rocked up, don't approach that animal, because you never approach an animal if other creatures are eating it, right? Like try and take like food away from a dog and see what happens, right?
Yeah.
But if you're eating and the dog comes near you and you say attack, the dog won't come near you because it understands that that's your food. But the moment that dog food belongs to the dog, don't go near the dog.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of jogging, I think, relates to hunting. And I could see like why people would do that, because like they're hungry, right? You just shot your only arrow, or you don't have many arrows. You've got like metal isn't easy to come by, maybe because you live in the wild. And so you want to get that arrow back, right? That arrowhead, that valuable arrowhead. And you want to put something on the table now that all of this that you've done, building the arrow, building the bow, the time and the energy of shooting that, you want to go and catch that creature. So I can see the sense of it. But yeah, so I think that's quite interesting. Coming back to the topic, to the idea of this notion of the central nervous system being central, right? That's why they call it the CNS, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of fundamentally central to the workings of the entire body and what we call the mind. So where is the mind's connection? What we think of as the mind is really impulses running through the central nervous system in the body, right?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I think of it kind of like sort of like when you take a hose and you squeeze it at one point and everything kind of gets like all the water gets kind of condensed in kind of one spot. I think our brain kind of does that with consciousness. It's kind of like a tourniquet, and you will. It's kind of like it's like the consciousness is in a body, but then there's like a really like a kind of like a bandana or a thread that kind of you wrap around. It's kind of like when you put a tourniquet around you to kind of like, stop the blood flow. I think kind of like the brain and the central nervous system are kind of play a similar role in the sense that it takes our consciousness and it kind of concentrates it into the head. So there's a lot of consciousness there. But I think that's one of the reasons why cannabis is so interesting, because I think that substance, that THC, it actually more evenly distributes the consciousness throughout the body. I think that's why a lot of people sometimes freak out about that, because they're not used to having their consciousness be outside of their brain. Because when you're really stoned, it's like you really notice like your skin, and you really notice like how your body feels, like more so than usual. Your body becomes hypersensitive and you notice touch. And when that happens is that consciousness is no longer like tourniquet, held up in the brain. It then gets kind of split and sort of more evenly distributed throughout the body. I think probably, I would imagine, I'm pretty sure yoga also does the same, is trying to achieve this same kind of process, where there's a sort of by the idea of, stretching certain ligaments and stretching, so doing arms and standing in certain poses. You're trying to kind of take that consciousness that's all kind of like all, held up in the brain. You're trying to kind of like push it into the rest of the body so that you have a more of a kind of a uniform kind of form. Like, it's interesting, like how much of our consciousness is like in our eyes, and how much we centralize our reality in our eyes. But if you kind of look at your entire body as sort of like one sort of sensory organ, and you sort of look at the whole kind of room around you as just sort of being one surfax, you get like a whole sort of different impression as to what your consciousness actually is.
Yeah, very interesting. And Mexico made a very interesting point as well. And it's sort of, we're getting back to magic. I was hoping we'd get back to magic in a roundabout way. And the central nervous system brings us right back to what magic is. So also, if you haven't been able to express or communicate an activation of the fight or flight process or principle within oneself, right? Then what you're saying is punching or running or jogging can be very helpful for one's well-being. And so what are we talking about here? We're talking about exercise, right? Mm-hmm. And so I was exercised as a child a lot of times by men in black dresses. It's where I learned about frankincense. I was so happy I was exercised. I knew as a kid, like, oh, I love that smell. I was like, my dad was like, we're going to exercise you again. I was like, oh, pity about the men with black dresses, but I'm going to get to smell that smell again. As a child, that's what I loved best about being exercised. So exorcism is to remove a spiritual malady. And so exercise, running, jogging, punching a bag, is to exercise an emotional malady, right? So at some point we stopped defining the spiritual malady and we called it an emotional malady. I think this has got to do with this need to live in a mechanical universe separate from spirit, because religion said to us, right, he's the guy, he's God's son. You're not God's son. No. You're not God's children. No, God's your father, but you're not his children. Right? That was the message of religion in the West. He's God's child. You're not God's child. God's your father. You're not his kid. That's God's kid. It's like there's an oxymoron going on. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, God had to be somewhere separate. It was like, no. You don't have access to God. God's out there, far away. Like, you don't even, like, can't even touch God. But that bloke wearing the black dress, he can touch God because God's son was on a cross for you so that the man in the black dress can communicate with God on your behalf. right? That this is what they sold us. Like when you actually listen to the notion, like as what it actually is, it becomes comical, doesn't it? And so we were forced to think of spirituality as something else. Like, no, that's not spirit, that's emotion. You know? And when we look at what like emotion really is, what feelings really are, what is love? Yeah?
Yeah.
What is compassion? What are these deep currents of healing emotions, like spiritual reflections? And so this is like how the body exercises itself, self-exorcism, if we want to call it that, which in itself is quite interesting. What do you think about that?
Exercise is exorcism. I like it. It's kind of a cool little concept there. Yeah, it's I guess when it comes to, yeah, there is kind of an effort to sort of keep the spiritual kind of like at this weird odd distance. And I guess there's probably like a multitude of reasons as to why, those people, framed it that way. I can't really kind of find a starting point for looking at that. But I think like when I with my Zarfexology system, there's the whole idea of the Zoorphixes. So these are kind of within a Zarfex. I've probably mentioned this before. There's sort of different sort of orientations to sort of like look at the world. There's sort of like different kind of conceptual universe. Like there's a Christian universe, there's an atheist universe, but then there's like two. So the way I kind of basically describe it, there's the four basic Zoorphixes are the Theozoorphix, which is essentially kind of Christianity, monotheism, Judaism, Islam, those kind of, that type of Zoorphix. Then you have the Ozoorphix, which is known as the Void Zoorphix. This is sort of the Zoorphix of materialism. And then you got the two magical. So I think I need to present in the freaking diagram here. So much easier when I can just, this is why I love these pictures, man. Just like there's certain things you can, I don't know, explain ideas so much better with images than you can with words. But I'm going to kind of pull up this overly complex diagram here. But let's see. All right, here we go. So the way I see it, the belief systems kind of they go into sort of four different like ranges. So you have the believing and skeptical sort of orientation, but then on the left and right you have mundane and you have magical. So the Christianity are your kind of, they exist in a believing and mundane. So there is a supernatural aspect, but the emphasis is more along the mundane side. And then with atheism, you have mundane and skeptical. So it's like it's got the mundanity and the skeptical. And then with the right side, this is the area that's more closer to the indeterminates or the astral. You have the Deozoorphix, which is sort of believing magic. And that would be the magic of like just standard like occultism, astrology. There's actual angels out there. But then you also have down here the I-Zoorphix, which is skeptical magic. This is more kind of like, this is more chaos magic. Like there is no meaning. Everything is kind of meaningless. It's just a bunch of mechanical sort of symbols and you just kind of put it together. There are no real planets. They're just sort of, concepts in your mind. But it's more, what's interesting though, is that the Ozoorphix, the mundane skeptical, it basically accepts the material world and denies the astral world. Whereas this side is more like it accepts the astral world and denies the material world. This is more kind of like solipsistic, it's all just my dream. And this is more kind of like a collective dream. So basically, when it comes to Christianity, I guess when you kind of like formulate it from this sort of perspective of that, you see that Christianity is something that believes in the supernatural, but its emphasis is on the mundane, whereas something that's more like paganism, there's more of an emphasis on the supernatural and the magical and the mystical. And sometimes a kind of perhaps in some cases, I can't speak this for all belief system, but more of a de-emphasis of the mundane. The mundane world, it's an illusion, it's a false reality, it's sort of the dream of God. And so there's not as much emphasis on that. So that to me is why I think Christianity makes God ultimately this very separate, kind of untouchable, you can't understand them thing, because it's like, it's almost like in a weird way, they want you to believe in God, but they also want you to sort of de-emphasize God and just focus more on the kind of the mundane and the practical and the rational. And interestingly enough, if you talk to a lot of Christians, you'll actually realize that even though they believe in God, they still have a kind of a similar sort of rational, logical framework in the same way the atheist types do. But there's like this emphasis of, it's basically kind of like, science and reason plus God, whereas atheism is science and reason minus God. And then you have the magical side, which is more polytheistic or monistic in terms of its conception of God. So you got to look at these different belief systems as being kind of not only like different kind of universes, but ultimately oriented to different parts of dimensional space. So if I look at the other diagram that I showed earlier in regards to the Zorfex that I had before, it's here. Okay, so if I go back to that diagram earlier, so the Christian Theusarphites, it's sort of located on this part of the Zarfex, so it's more towards this upper, it's more aligned to the upper part of the Zorfex, whereas the skeptical ones are lower and down here. They're more aligned with the black void. So the believing ones are kind of more aligned with the white void, and the skeptical ones are more aligned with the black void. And when you kind of extrapolate like that, you're starting to sense of, oh, this is where they exist in relation in dimensional space. And then you can kind of realize like, oh, and I think that in that understanding is why I think God is and the supernatural are so de-emphasized in Christianity, because it's spiritual and believing, but it's ultimately oriented towards the mundane as opposed to the magical. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, I like that, and it's as you say, like Christianity is a form of magic, basically is what I heard you saying, right? It's a form of magic.
It's a magic that de-emphasizes magic.
Yeah, but still magic, like there's still power in the old prayer. It's like real, like people can get healed, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah, but I guess we're trying to get at here. It's not a power that you can it's not a hands-on power that you can kind of access directly whenever you want. You kind of have to ask permission from the big man upstairs before you can use that power. That's why a lot of those old grimoires, like, I always find it funny, like you look back at some of these old medieval grimoires about like how to summon demons or how to summon Satan. And weirdly enough, like before you summon Satan, there's like something where it tells you got to summon like God and Jesus first. I guess probably that was just sort of their way of like getting away from the Inquisition or whatever. But I still find that really, really strange.
No, it makes perfect sense, because you don't want to be lopsided, if that makes sense. Like you want to because what God represents. So like I was talking about this a while ago. Where was I talking about this? So the G represents the spiral of life, right? The phi, the G, the spiral. And the odd is the odic force. That is like the what becomes the substance of coincidence and the substance of synchronicity is odd. Right, these oddities in life that we become aware of, and when we put the God in front of that, we've got the life spiral that directs this oddity, which is essentially coming from life. So God is just like being twisted out of place by Christian cosmology. And here's the thing, hey, how many times has have the Bible? How many revisions have there been in the Bible? I believe it's 30,000. Right, Cosmic? 30,000 revisions in the Bible in terms of language, just to give us an idea of how badly they've twisted the idea of God. It took them 30,000 shots of changing this word subtly with this word and the inflection of this word and this meaning and replace that word with this word. And they had to do this 30,000 times to give us what we know as the Bible today, which I think says a lot. Because if it wasn't broke, did it need to be fixed? Right? Goes the saying. And so, you know, there's definitely a twisted perception. And I think like what we're speaking about as God is to align oneself with the center of the spiral. Yeah. Before we align ourselves with the peripheral of the spiral. Does that make sense? So if you were looking to invoke the peripheral of the spiral, you should invoke the center of the spiral in order to generate this two-way direction of lightning potential, which is the powers. The powers are literally represented by a lightning bolt, are they not? Like from Kabbalistic perspective, from Zeus. Zeus is wielding the lightning bolt, which is connecting these two principles. You see the same thing in India, right? You see the same thing. Like this lightning seems to be something that gets around, and it seems to be one of the most profound things that we've always observed as the reflections of potential and polarity coming into physical manifestation, the ideology of duality becoming flesh, lightning. So, and at the same time, it's an incredible potential. It's an incredible power. Can you hear the little dog squealing in the background, by the way?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, he can wait a minute. He's such an impatient little bugger. It's a Pekingese. He's on the other door and he's squealing away. But, well, squealing, he's just... And he sounds so sad. Like he's in the house, but he wants to come in here. And I have to lock that door. Just otherwise, this place becomes a circus with my boy running through here. But I've got glass doors here that can be opened, which is where he came in to say goodnight to me like 5 times a while ago. But it's very, very interesting, I think, you know, when we start to put this into perspective and start to look at it, the central nervous system plays this fundamental role. What was it that Mexico was saying earlier that was really, really interesting? It was to do now Mexico is coming from the perspective of therapies, right? Kinesiology. This is like Mexico's what Mexico practices as like a form of therapy. And well, one of the things. But so working with the fight or flight natures, right, within the body. There are 2 different ways in which this can manifest. Like we can shrink up and become afraid and want to escape, or we can like stand up and be ready to challenge, right? And so challenging revolves reflecting, revolves the principle of water. In the Taoist system, they speak about the Shen. The Shen is the spirit. The spirit is water. Water is chalice that holds water. Chalice and challenge, chalice are connected. Chal. Interesting there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we see this connection with like, you know, using your hands, you can get rid of anger, maybe, which would make you want to be challenging, right? And obviously there's a connection here then with the liver, right? Probably the kidneys play a role as well. And when we're looking at the sorry, did I say the liver? Yes, no, the liver. The liver represents fear. Sorry, the kidneys represents anger. So there's a more of a connection here with the kidneys, right? Where the liver is more like where we're going to keep our anger. So the liver and the legs are more connected. So the liver and the bladder are more connected to passing the fluids. So working with the legs will then cause us to liver is anger. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought originally. Why am I getting so confused here? And the kidneys then represent fear, right? So we've got this liver energy that we need to move when we move our arms, and that reflects the Shen, the water principle, of course. The liver works with the bladder, of course, water. And then we've got this anger principle that we can work with, punching a bag, martial arts, and doing press-ups or doing exercises with your hands. And then the desire to escape, the desire to run away, the legs, right? So working with the leg energy, we can balance the kidneys, which is quite interesting. And then the kidneys obviously relate to that adrenal gland, right? So there's an interesting perspective of the divisions of polarity within the body, the arms and the legs, as they represent escapism or running away, or the desire to flee, or challenge, the desire to reflect and push back, as these two reflections of like when your triple burner is overactive, right? Because the triple burner becomes active, and that's the fight or flight. And then we all react to this energy, which is related to Hrit Padme, interestingly enough, in different ways. Like me, I don't think I've ever run. I'm definitely a fighter. I don't like to run. So I'm the one that will stop and like push back. But you get some people that would rather avoid the whole pushing back situation and just leg it, as we say, leg it and get away. So it's interesting how the body reflects this polarity, and this is all sort of the central nervous system being expressed through the organs, being expressed through the body, being expressed through the movements. Like when you're training in martial arts, right? Your arms represent your communication of what's being said. Your legs represent what's being received, what you're hearing, in a sense, right? So you're present. Where are you? I'm here. My legs tell me where I am. I'm here with my legs, hearing. And what's being said, I'm speaking with my hands. I'm giving off information with my arms, and I'm receiving information. I take a punch with my legs. I use my legs to get out of the way when you're coming at me, right? So it's quite interesting how these two work hands in hands, and you see it in martial arts, and you see it in kinesiological practices, and it seems like it's an interesting concept because the Shen represents the spirit, and the legs represent the Qi. And the Qi is what we all know about from Taoism, which is really that spiritual energy that you're channeling through your kidneys, right, into your physical body. And the Shen obviously represents controlling that energy. And so the livers and the kidneys work together. And balancing the liver and the kidneys gives us a sense of potential, because obviously the adrenal glands are within the kidneys. And the first instinct of the adrenal gland is to become afraid and run. But then the liver gets involved and says, no. I want to survive. I want to live, right? The liver. And I'll do whatever it takes to survive, Then you get angry. And that anger then amplifies the energy in the kidneys, giving more adrenal secretions to increase the adrenals. So you get more angry and more angry and more angry, to the point that you can harness that anger to protect yourself. Like when you try and take a piece of meat away from a dog. You watch that dog's liver work, you know. Um, but it's. I think it's something that we've been. It's been taught out of us. You know, we've lost the thread of understanding the connection between the central nervous system and the physical body, and how this is really regulating our consciousness. And this brings us full circle back to what you were talking about with consciousness being in the body.
You know, I'm also, I mentioned Christian. I also kind of like thinking now about how in some Christian circles they'll always say, the body is sinful, or that kind of that more like, or that kind of that sort of Gnostic sort of notion or temperament that the physical matter is evil. And I think it's almost like, because it's like there's a weird sort of like relationship, right? Because it's like, we want to embrace sort of like, the spiritual, but we feel that some people, we've been taught that the way to embrace spirit is to reject matter rather than seeing spirit as existing within matter, or matter be an aspect of spirit. And I'm thinking now in the same way that, the atheist types will say, the mind is the brain, we're just confined to the brain. But if you think about Christianity kind of having its sort of its taboos and its sins about, sex and nudity and the body is sinful, you see there's a similar kind of dynamic happening where it's like because you learn to associate your body as being terrible and sinful, you then want to retreat into your head, where it's like that seems like it's almost like the head is the only part that isn't like corrupted by sort of the evils of the fallen world that we essentially live in. I think this is basically kind of maybe what informed the epistemology of Christianity and Western culture in general, is to kind of it's kind of embracing the Luciferian intellect and sort of like denying the body that's sort of in front of it. Maybe that's what makes, because I hear like this whole idea of like a Luciferian intellect, and maybe that's what makes it Luciferian at the end of the day, where that intellect becomes separate from nature, separate from the body, and it comes into this sort of like, I don't know, it brings us to an unbalanced world, an unbalanced, dimension where, where consciousness becomes somewhat lopsided, where it's like there's emphasis on one side but not the other. So
I think that's exactly what's happened. I think that's the point of Mercury. It's essentially, I mean, when we're talking about alchemy, we're talking about the chemical wedding, right? And that chemical wedding is exactly what you're talking about here. Spiritual matter and the relation of the way in which we relate to this, bringing together what's within us and what's around us in the physical plane. And what is it? And I bet you're going to get this, Cosmic.
mm-hmm.
What one activity brings these two together, and it's something that children love to do automatically?
Play?
Better than art. Sorry, what?
Sorry, what was the question again? Could you repeat that?
Well, no, I was just saying, what brings the idea of matter and spirit, that inner reality of the imagination and the spiritual realm of the emotions and the feelings,
Drawing?
together with the matter of like tangible existence, and merges them? This activity, what activity does this that children love to do automatically and instinctively?
Run around?
Art.
Art, yeah, that too.
Whatever art, whether it's sculpture, music, poetry, drawing, painting, dancing, acting. All of these art forms, basically, art is what brings, and so that brings us back to what you were talking about earlier, being, right?
Mm-hmm.
Art is what connects being to What was the other word you would use?
Awareness.
Awareness.
Yeah,
Right.
that makes sense.
And what did they not want us to do in school?
They don't want us to draw in our notebooks. We want to pay
No, we're
attention
not
to
allowed.
lecture.
And they kept telling us that art is fun, but you'll never make a living out of it. Did you get that?
Yeah, I got that.
In school, I mean, they were
Yeah,
basically telling us
exactly.
that like art is all good and well. You're going to do it, but it's just for fun. You're going to need a real job one day. Art's not going to pay the bills, and all the teachers tell you that. It's like it's written in, and so children are basically dissuaded from doing art.
Yeah, it's
They get children to
de-emphasized.
do art, and then they make art terribly boring by adding history of art to it, right?
Mhm.
So that you actually decide, like, you know what, I thought art was fun. Art's not fun anymore. So they give you art so they can suck the fun out of it. And you go like, damn it, man, keep that art away from me.
Yeah.
And then they tell you, oh, by the way, it's just as well because you'll never make anything out of art. And you've got to learn math and, you know, languages and this and that and history and all that other nonsense. And the one thing that spiritually brings that harmony and unity, we're dissuaded from. And like you say, they don't want us drawing in our notebooks. Because what happens when you draw forth, right? When you draw, you're drawing something out of yourself. And you're then drawing it out of yourself and you're putting it onto a piece of paper with a pen, you know, and or with a pin. You're pinning what you draw out of yourself to a piece of paper so other people can see what you drew from yourself. And, you know, music, you're musing from within yourself, this philosophical idea, this muse, and you're putting this music. It's ick. Yeah, what does the word ick suggest? It's like it's like the sound of a hammer and a nail, isn't it? Ick. The music. You're putting the muse into it, putting the nail into the wood. So it's now set in stone or in wood, which is quite interesting. And I think that this is bringing us back to the central nervous system. What balances the central nervous system better than art?
Mhm.
As well, right?
Yeah.
Because like when my boy is stressed, if I sit him down and I give him a drum, he's chilled. Doesn't take long. A bit of frankincense and a drum, he's actually getting dad's drum. How cool is that? He's going to be an 8-year-old shamanic drummer. He's going to rock that drum. He's already been rocking that drum a bit. So I'm going to give him my drum. I've got another drum on the route coming. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. Do you know how excited a shaman gets when they got a new drum coming?
I can only imagine.
It's like I'm like a little child again. Can't wait to get my little paws onto the little wood and hold the wood and dong, 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 tap away. And so this rhythm is quite interesting, you know. Extremities also represents will. Torso would be emotion, to digest, to learn knowledge. The head, the thought and mind. So that's coming from anthroposophy. And I suppose it's coming from that the motions as well. What's that dance you do, Mexico, that you guys do? You learn them in Steiner schools. Mexico went to Steiner schools, so eurythmy. Yeah. Have you watched eurythmy?
I know the band Eurythmics, but I never heard of Eurythmy.
Go and watch it on YouTube. Okay, you're gonna giggle when you see people doing the eurythmy because they've got cute, funny little movements. They do this cute little dance. It's really cute, man. But it's very interesting because what Mexico is talking about, yeah, they've got a system that communicates these different ideas through body movements. And so they're very similar to the hails of occultism. Yeah. Like
Mhm.
there's certain postures and hails that you'll take when you're in rituals in like Masonic temples, for example. And so the Rosicrucians were very big on these postures. Yeah. Like
Mhm.
we all know this posture, right? That's like the Christos or Emmanuel on the cross. But when you actually do this with your hands and you separate your hands broadly and you stretch your arms out, there's like a hammering in the pores in your hands. If you feel it, just stretch your hands out like this, like just stretch them out wide. And you'll literally feel there's like a hammering in your palms of your hands. Like if you do it for a while. And there's like a vibration that will start to resonate through your hands specifically. And so that represents generating that power. This dog is really doing my nuts in. I'm going to have to let him in. But I'm going to let him wait a minute because it's good for him. But yeah, in fact, let me let him in now quickly. Cosmic, can I step away from him?
Yeah, first. Yeah, I need to. Oh, sorry. All right. Hey, chat. Hey, chat. What's going on? I'm just gonna look at the comments here. Yeah, I think when it comes to like Mexico, when it comes to art and play, there really is like, I think like, cause I make music and I've written books and stuff, and I do a little drawing every once in a while. I think one of the good things about I think what I like about art is it allows you to really like express your certain things that you really can't express in words. I think it's one of the things I like about music. It's like you're sometimes you can't like, because I do writing and I do like fiction writing in the past, and sometimes you can't necessarily like convey exactly the kind of the emotions you want like in a story or in a way that it's translated to the other person. But I always felt like with music, it's a lot more direct and visceral. Like you can really like hammer in kind of the tone and the vibe that you want to create.
Yeah, I think this comes down to like propensities. Like you're probably more in your ears.
Yeah, I'm very in my ears. I think even when even when I'm like even like in terms of like astral senses, I think like my clairaudience is probably the most like vivid. Like when I can just kind of like have a song like play in my head, and it'll be as if it's almost like it's playing in the room like right there. It even gets annoying sometimes. Like I'll get something like a song stuck in my head. But I had an interesting realization about that the other day. Like there were thoughts can bind to certain parts of the body, because you talk about like emotions, like how there's like anger in the liver and like fear in the kidneys, but I think actual certain specific thoughts and ideas can be allocated to certain parts of the body. Because I realized I was going through a walk and I had this song stuck in my head because I was working that day. There's like music playing in the store, and there's like annoying song stuck in my head. And I realized it was like the song was looping, and it was centralized around this headache, this tension that I had in my head. And it's almost like that tension in that spot sort of gravitates certain thoughts and ideas to that spot of the body. So it's not just so when you're talking about the idea of like emotions being tethered to certain parts of the body, I think thoughts can also do the exact same thing. Like if we have like you talk about like fear being in the kidneys, but if you think about it, if you think about whatever the thing you're afraid about, it's like once those like kidneys aren't tense, your body's relaxed, those thoughts tend to go away. So it's almost I've kind of realized there's like a correlation between the thoughts you have and what your physical body feels like, because like when you're tense, it's almost like it holds that thought in place. Like you got a lot of tension in your body, it kind of binds a certain thought or an idea to your head. This is why I think a lot of people, like when it comes to like harder psychedelics, they have a bad trip. I think it's actually the physical discomfort, because sometimes, like for example, with like magic mushrooms, people can get really nauseous and dizzy, and I think that nausea and dizziness kind of channels in negative thoughts and feelings, whereas if you're on a substance that makes your body feel really good, really euphoric, there tends to be more pleasant thoughts and ideas that enter your subconscious. And I think that there's a direct correlation between sort of like physical pain and pleasure and the thoughts and ideas that sort of revolve around them. I'll be right back. I got to get a snack.
Sweet, man. Thanks for that. Mexico, you say every once in a while my sound was dipping. Maybe that's got to do with me. So maybe it's got to do with me turning my face in a different direction when I'm talking. That must be what it is. Let me know if the sound's okay now, if it's still on track, if it's good, if there's any issues with it. I think that when I raise this up a little higher, it gets better. Am I right or wrong? Yeah, so let me know, people in the chat. Is my sound good? Cool. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. Looking at the way that different people relate, the different senses, and what Cosmic was saying, I think it's really interesting because we like to draw distinctions between our thoughts and our emotions and our feelings, and I don't really think that there are. I think the distinctions that are drawn are the distinctions that we draw. Because when I look at it like this: like I see feelings as being a reflection of hormones, but I also see that those hormones are what structure the electrical impulse systems, activities in the central nervous system. So it takes those hormones to generate effects, to produce the electrical reactions, to move the electrical field through the central nervous system. So to me, it's like there's a relativity. You can't move forward just walking on the right leg unless the left leg is walking with the right leg. And then in order to move in a straight line, the left and the right steps have got to be the same. And so that's what I see. That's Indigo. She's getting excited and rolling around. I see it as being like fundamental, that there is this interesting connection between thoughts and emotions. So what we're talking about in Taoism, when we're talking about emotions in organs, that's, I believe, the hormones we're talking about. But I do think that when we look at the nervous system, that is going to be reflected with particular thinking patterns. Maybe not a specific thought, but certain thinking patterns will be related to certain organs, because certain thinking patterns will accompany certain emotions. And so there is this fundamental union within the physical body, and it sort of makes me think, about a lot of what Cosmic was saying, and it sort of rings true to this interconnection between the body, the emotions, the thoughts, and how we actually relate to reality through this process of our thoughts, often repressing our emotions. I think this is a huge reason why we get ill. Ori, go lie down. No. Please. Dogs are starting to jump around and they're coming to get my attention now. I made the mistake of saying the one dog's name, and now they're crowding me. And when you got a 60-kilogram Malamute walking next to you on a wooden floor, it sounds like somebody's got a hammer next to you on the ground. But yeah, so where was I? this notion of the separation between thoughts and emotions, I think is something that we want to take a look at, because the feelings that we're experiencing, for example, I think of the word feeling and I think of peeling. So ride with me on this. When we are feeling, we are peeling our emotions off of our body. And these peels of what we feel become shapes. And these shapes are thoughts. And these thoughts are the shapes of the feelings that we're feeling. So the feeling is an abstract thing. That feeling produces a shape. The shape that we become aware of is a thought, because it's a sound, acoustic, resonant impulse of a feeling. And so it covers that sort of etheric field with the substance of the astral. And without the etheric field being covered with the substance of the astral, there can be no sort of relativity between thinking and feeling. And so there's this fundamental sort of structure that we're being bound with when we're thinking and feeling. And the fact that so many people can't feel their emotions, I think it causes a severe imbalance, and it causes us to become compensatory. We compensate for not having a connection with the astral by having a stronger connection with the etheric, which means we overload our central nervous system. And so we're noticed in this day and age, a lot of the technology seems to have been developed in such a way that it happens to overload the central nervous system, right? Screen time, the light flickerings of the screens, cell phones, all of these things are designed to keep the central nervous system active. You know, everything seems to work in this way. So our whole world is based upon overactivating a central nervous system. And it almost causes the hormonal system to become repressed in a way, to the point where women can't have babies easily. Welcome back, brother. Hope you're enjoying your food. So I think like this is an interesting point, you know, and our body's reactions to this process is what we call symptoms and illness, to this imbalance. And by pushing the central nervous system, we activate certain organs, overactivate and underactivate. So in theory, aging must be a reflection of this. What do you think about that? You know, about aging being pushing certain aspects of the central nervous system too hard because we're not in tune with our feelings. So we're allowing our thoughts to dominate our world and not giving enough emphasis to the divine feminine, to the feelings that are actually the substance from whence these thoughts have arisen.
Well, I guess, you know, when it comes to, I guess I could look at it from a different perspective. Perhaps like, you know, because I think about things that are timely versus things that are timeless. Like there's certain, like, you know, television shows or books or movies that you may have liked as a child, but as an adult, you're kind of like, yeah, this is kind of bad. But then there's some stuff that you like from your childhood that you watch it as an adult and you're like, man, this is still really good. And I think there's certain things in our life that kind of transcend time. That's why I never really liked fitting in and like doing anything like mainstream in society in terms of like, you know, culture or whatever, because it's always sort of like, it's always kind of like, it's always transient. It's always like, it's, you know, the flavor of the month. It's whatever's cool today. But then you realize like, you know, 10 years down the line, everybody's going to be mocking that thing that you thought was cool. So I think in some ways it's better to be sort of, I think if you want to like talk about aging, perhaps aging from my point of view would be like spending too much time in that sort of transitory mode where you're just kind of moving from one thing to another rather than sitting in a kind of a more timeless reality that seems to kind of go beyond the past and future. There's a part of yourself that's more eternal. And I think that's the more youthful ageless part of ourselves. Because what does it mean to age? It's for something to kind of grow and shift and sort of like change and kind of like, move or whatever. But the parts of us that, are young, maybe it's something that's more timeless, something that, it resonates with us regardless if we're young or old. I think those are the things in life that I tend to value the most.
Yeah, I like that. Sorry, I had to put my camera off because I had to stand up and I didn't want to get into trouble. I've got to be so conscious.
I'm glad you turned that camera off for that moment.
But I like that. Aging. Now, here's an interesting concept. The word jing. So jing, like, since we've been stumbling all over Taoism and Taoist medicine principles, right? It seems that like jing relates to sexual essence stored in the kidneys, right? And that's like the ability to procreate. Yeah. So jing. So to be a something is the opposite of it, right? Sexual, asexual, robust, arobust. I don't know. Is there such a word? Could you make a word like that? I reckon you could make a word like arobust. But like when you put a in front of many words, it denotes the opposite of that. So to be aging means to be opposite the potential for making babies. So there's something quite interesting as it relates to that. Like that word. I'm just wondering, like, is there some kind of a connection? Because we don't see many Chinese words reflected in English, do we? So it's a long shot. It's a long shot. But I think there might be something quite interesting. Symptomatic and asymptomatic, as Lauren is pointing out. And how are you doing, dear Lauren? I haven't been on Telegram in a while. I hope everybody's well. I do plan to be back there. I've been really busy this week. I've been like busy as a crackhead in a like. Oh, no, I don't want to say those words. No, I almost said the word whorehouse. It's just, it sounded wrong. Please forgive me. But it's a flipping hilarious concept to be that busy. But yeah, I think like there's this notion of, and I like the way you put it there, aging, when you're being left behind. And you're not right behind, you're left behind. Right? So you're moving towards your right, moving away from your left. And this seems to be what we're talking about with emotion and the central nervous system, right? When you're not in tune with your feelings, right, you're going left. When you're in tune with your feelings, you're going right. Now, we've been taught to leave our emotions behind, right? So we're moving left in the mental space. The mental space, the brain, the left side of the brain, moves with the foreside of the brain. It's all logos logic. But the right side of the brain is really focusing on the emotional with the rear parts of the brain. I mean, it's not really that simple, is it, when it comes to neurochemistry? The brain works in a far more integral way. Everything seems to work together in chains, but there still is this sort of fundamental you haven't been there either. Good one. We all needed a break. Sometimes a break is exactly what's so yeah, I think there's something quite interesting there with the idea of left and right relating to the emotions, and that we get left behind, and that the emotions are sort of the way forward, right? We're being guided more by our emotions than what we are by our thoughts, but we don't recognize it. Then we repress our emotions and we look back at our past, which is what our mind is all about. So the mind is the etheric field, which is feedback looping what's happened back to the spirit. But the emotions are what's bringing the impulse from spirit into matter so that we can be guided. We're guided by our hearts and our feelings. And we might think we're being guided by our thoughts, but our thoughts are really just emanations of our feelings. Like that caduceus, the two serpents wrapped around that same pole. It represents that sort of harmony. So how do you feel about this? Emotions being the future and thoughts being the past? How does that fit with you, Cosmic? That relationship? I caught you with a full mouth. I get you. But yeah, I think there must be some kind of a correlation when we start to consider that, because the motion of energy is what I think of when I'm thinking about emotion. And we feel these energetic resonances in our hearts and in our bodies. And then we take these energetic resonances that we feel in our hearts and in our bodies, and we turn them into a surreal circuscape of thought. And that circuscape of thought is sort of like an escape from reality, in a sense. And somebody was asking about astral projection long time ago, how to astrally project. And I think a big part of astral projection that people don't realize, it's got to do with not thinking. Interesting. So like the more we think, I believe we think ourselves into our bodies, because we're thinking ourselves into our pasts, into what's been left behind, the crystals of our being, where we're actually present in a spiritual capacity through the emotional field. And then we think ourselves backwards into the past of our physical beings and get stuck in the physicality of that thought process that structures the emotions in such a way that we become embedded within our patterns. And these patterns sort of leave us stuck, as it were, in a way. And sense of well-being, I like that, Bernadine. And I hope you're well. How are you doing, Bernadine? I hope all's good on your side. The well, we're drawing forth from the well. That energy we're drawing forth from the well. You know, so we have to draw forth the energy from the well in order to be able to be in a state of well-being. And yeah.
You know, I just want to kind of point out to the astral projection thing. I think when in my occult, practices and learning, even before I got into, the Fey magic stuff, I think one thing that really helped me kind of like sort of bridge the gap, so to speak, was I kind of got to a point where I sort of realized that daydreaming is a form of astral projection. I mean, think about it. You have a thought in your mind, you're mentally projecting your thoughts and your sort of your being into some other kind of imagined space. That, in a sense, I think is a form of astral projection. Even if when you watch like a movie or you get really engrossed in a book, like you ever just like read like a book and you almost like forget like where you are. You're so into the story. I think that is also a type of astral projection. I think the problem with astral projection is that we kind of define it to these very specific parameters where it's like, oh, you got to be, your body has to be paralyzed and asleep and you have to literally physically leave your body. I think in addition to astral projection, I think it also helps to have that understanding that we talked about earlier about how our mind is sort of not isolated to our heads. It's connected to a universal mind. And then when you really understand that realization that your internal mind is connected to the universal mind, that completely changes how you understand the process of daydreaming, visualization, and the imagination. Like I think even the imagination in a lot of ways is a type of astral projection, maybe not a full, full body experience. It's not like you completely, exit your body, but it's like you're partially exiting your body when you kind of get lost in thought, so I like if you just like, you close your eye, you're walking around and you're thinking about being on the beach, and you can really kind of like, you feel the hotness of the sand on your imaginary feet, and you can feel the sun, and you can smell the salt in your mind's eye. And the more deeply you get engrossed in that image and that fantasy, the deeper the astral projection comes. So I think when it comes to astral projection, I think it's what another thing to help keep in mind is to sort of expand your definition as to what an astral projection can actually be. I think it's a lot more of this commonplace thing, but we make it out to be this, oh my God, it's this really difficult thing, and it takes all this practice and stuff. I think really, if you have a really good imagination, you're already engaging and learning that process.
I think there's definitely something to that when it comes to the imagination. Hey, Indie brother, hope you're good, man. Let me know if you're with us.
Yes, I'm here. I'm doing well. Back in the show.
You
Glad
guys
to-
are driving. How was the service?
Oh, it was amazing. It was life changing. My girlfriend went up to the preachers and was able to be saved. She had been brought into a lot of conflict when her father passed. Her sisters were out to get her. They were sabotaging her property and things, and it was leading up to a very difficult situation. But she was now able to surrender, let it all go, and let Jesus into her heart at the Church of God. And now she's on top of the world. She's back in a good place of peace, harmony, grace. She's doing so much better. It was a tremendously transformative experience. It was very beautiful. And I'm glad we went. She didn't want to go because one of the individuals, her sister's husband, was really at her throat, but he actually didn't come, thank God. So it was a blessing that he wasn't there, and everything went well. So we were able to talk to everybody, and we were able to sell one of the puppies potentially. We have these Chihuahua puppies for sale. So, and we also found somebody to help us with her electric. She's got to get her electric turned on. Her sister shut off her power permanently, took off the tags off of her van, and made all 4 tires flat. But we've got everything back in action. We got the tires pumped up. We're getting the tags sent in. We're getting the electricity put back on. So we're rising above it all. It's going to go well. The service was good.
That's bad.
Yeah, we got to hear about the good times of her father going out and doing his fishing expeditions and living as a rebel. He was out fishing without licenses with his grandkids, and they was keeping them when they were too big to catch, bringing them home to cook. So he was a real rebel with the grandkids, but he was such a great grandfather.
Well, I hope the siblings come to their senses and realize that, like,
Yeah, I
where
think
they're
so
behaving
too.
is unwooden.
The preacher made a good point. He said some people just would rather live in denial than deal with their issues, and it's easier to blame somebody else, which is something I'm very familiar with as a shadow worker.
Yeah.
So they will continue to live in iniquity until the time comes where they can find the humility to ask for forgiveness. And if they can't get there, so be it. But there's a chance for that in everybody. Thank God.
It's interesting because it crosses over with what we've been talking about, how many people are disconnected from their feelings.
Yeah.
And because they're disconnected with their feelings, they act them out as thoughts.
Yeah. And that's something we all do. And I feel that stage is somewhat important when it comes to shadow work, so that we don't open up that emotional wound too soon. Because if we open up an emotional wound without the spiritual tools and the support network, it can be detrimental for us and those around us. So living in denial can help us prolong um, our healing until the time is right, unfortunately. But it could be worse if we try to heal too soon sometimes.
That is an interesting point. That is an interesting point. But I think that that's just, once again, just a symptom of the fact that so many people are disconnected from their feelings.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
think so.
support networks should be more supportive.
But also, you have to consider the fact that also when people are living in denial and they're not living in integrity and things are hard for everyone around them, that could be a strengthening factor for other people. It makes us have to build resilience. It makes us have to be able to have the ability to have temperance and restrain ourselves, restrain our violent urges. So without that opportunity, we might not be able to develop enough self-discipline to know that we could be able to behave in the face of adversity. So I feel that these challenges and trials and tribulations that we go through being amongst people in denial is a strengthening aspect that makes us stronger. It can make us stronger.
I suppose denial is an interesting word to bring up, like denial. The Nile is bringing the life waters into the desert, isn't it? The Nile.
Absolutely.
To denial is to sort of reject the waters of life, in a sense. And suppose denial is something that we've been taught, right?
Yeah.
Like it's something that we were taught to deny our feelings as children.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And to focus on what's important or what seems important according to what our parents tell us is important. Like, this is going to earn you money one day, you know, learn your
Yeah.
math.
Yep.
And it's interesting because it makes me think of the Rudolf Steiner education system for children, which involves very much emphasis on the arts and crafts and feelings
Oh yeah.
and play and dance, which is something that we don't get taught enough of as children.
So
Funny
true.
concept. Like that we can actually teach children to play. We get taught sports in school, which is supposed to be play, but then it's so much pressure to win. Right?
Yeah.
Like school sports, like you got to win, you know? And
Yeah,
otherwise
see,
the
I
coach is
always loved
angry with you.
sports, but I was always a team player, and I was always happy to be a halfback and like give all the assists. And I wasn't like the one who got all the goals, so nobody ever noticed me. You know what I mean? I never got any like people to like celebrate me or congratulate me, but I was happy to be the team player guy. I just like to run. I was doing it for the exercise. You know what I mean? In the practice. But I think that there is those folks out there that aren't in it for the glory. They're in it for the integrity. And the people of integrity usually get lost in the shuffle, I think. Those who are trying to be a big showboat, they try to take all the attention. But you're right. I think sports is all about competition, and it's not as much of a push towards cooperation. Although you do cooperate on the team, you're also in competition with other team members when you're trying to be the one recognized for getting the most goals or such like that, for example. So if you can enjoy doing well without being recognized for your tremendous achievements, I think that's a good place to be, because otherwise sometimes people get lost in the greed or the fame and the ego that comes with being celebrated sometimes.
Yeah, I think when it comes to competition, there's like a healthy way to approach it and there's an unhealthy way to approach it. You know, I'm not really into sports, but I do play video games a lot, and I kind of like play Super Smash Brothers with my friend, you know, once a week, or we do kind of like competitive video game stuff. And I think the mindset that I have when it comes to competition, it's more about my own growth. Like I want to improve my skills. I want to challenge myself, as opposed to framing it as I'm going to beat this person. I'm going to dominate them. It's I think to be like good at anything and you want to improve at something, it's all about, you know, growing your own skills and talents and kind of saying, I want to see how far I can go. I want to see how far I can push myself. Like one of the things I would like to do when I play video games, it's like I'd put it on the highest difficulty possible. And I would go into it not expecting it to beat him. Like I just want to see how far I can get into the game, how many levels I can get into it at the highest difficulty level. And I think when it comes to like competition, you can kind of approach it like that. Like this is something I want to challenge myself with. And I think where it gets sort of toxic and heavy, where it feels like there's this need to beat the other people, the need to, you know, sort of like win and be better than the other person. And really, it's not about really I think it's just better to sort of like focus on yourself and just have the joy of just like, you know, accomplishing something and overcoming a certain obstacle. I think that's kind of where the fun part is. But I think, you know, when you start to take it more personally, and it's about like beating people and competing people and dominating and feeling like you need to be better than other people, that's when things, you know, they're not really fun anymore, at least for me.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, that's why I didn't enjoy school sports, because I went to Sachs, and so we had like really a good rugby team and really good water polo team, you know? So it was like really important for Sachs to win in the rugby, you know? And so it sort of took all the fun out of playing. Like I enjoyed martial arts just because like I wanted to be flawless. I wanted every technique to be flawless and perfect. And you know, it's like there were opponents in the ring with me, but I was really alone in the ring. And I think this is the interesting point, you know, in this world, so much competition it's such a big part of our lives. Competing for the next job opportunity, for the raise, for the promotion, for the to buy that box on Black Friday. Do you know what I mean? It causes a lot of stress for people, does it not?
I think
Puts
so.
people into a crazy state.
I think they try to push people into a place where they're happy to get ahead by putting others down. And then they want to reward those people and encourage them to continue to do so. Whereas people that want to rise up together and bring others up with them are discouraged, and they're not really given any chance to have upward mobility. So I could see how that would lead to being able to exploit the masses with that kind of a system and not lose their power to them.
It's like a kind of like it's like you're kind of like spreading a disease, like when you kind of because I'm thinking about like, you know, parents who are kind of like very narcissistic and manipulative towards their kids. Like they're kind of put in this position where it's like, as the parent, they always need to be like, you know, superior and dominant. They need to always be, because like they always need to be right. They always need to be, they can't be wrong ever. And I think they pass, and then what the sad thing that happens is they pass that mentality on to kids. So I think when it comes to competition, I think the sad reality is that, you know, the people get like that and they approach competition that unhealthy way because they really haven't gotten love. You know, it's like, because if you talk to anybody like who's in the left-hand path world, like the people who are, you know, into the dark magic, the Satanism, that kind of stuff, you find that those people tend to not believe in love, and they tend to embrace power and dominance. Because the sad thing is, when you don't believe that love is real, then power then becomes sort of your highest priority. Whereas I think when you got, you know, love is your highest priority, your highest benchmark, so to speak, you know, power doesn't really have, you know, a lot of salience or meaning, I think. And I think too, like, you know, when you feel that you're generally, you know, loved by other people, that there are people who support you, you no longer have that desire to, like, you know, dominate and control and be better than people. I think it's only when you feel like you lack something in yourself that you feel like you have to dominate, you know, in the first place. So I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely something to that line of thought and something to think about.
I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying. Well, I missed the last part of it, but I think definitely the impression that I was getting is definitely, you know, we are facing the wrong direction. And I think it's by design. What do you guys think? They don't want us to be in togetherness.
Right.
They want us divide and conquer us. And when I say they, I'm talking about the corporate structures of the financial system, those people that are in control of all the resources, and they want to stay in control, right? And
I
in
think
order
it's
to
also
stay,
like it's like a tribalism aspect too. Like you say, there's a divide and conquer, but they do want to divide and conquer people into specific groups so that the groups are fighting against each other. So yeah, there's definitely some truth to that.
Absolutely.
exactly. And that's a great way to do it. Like, you know, if you can do that, if you can create dissensions in the rank of your opposing army, it's definitely good for you, right? Like, let's say you're a group of states together and you're fighting a war against another group of countries. If you can get those countries to be at odds with each other, maybe one of them will leave the fight or, you know, turn on each other. Then you can step back and go, well, I'm going to leave you guys to it, you know. Sorry, I didn't mean to get in the way. Like, you guys carry on, like, I'm off, bye, you know, kind of thing, which is an interesting concept, you know. I once was in a situation like that. No, not exactly, but it was a friend of mine who was a total womanizer, and we were young and we were completely tiffle toffle, you know, been drinking more than we should have, and everything else, the herbs, the booze. And he walked up to the girlfriend and he said something to her like, "Oh my gosh, you're beautiful, you're gorgeous. What are you doing with these idiots?" No, like, what are you doing with this idiot?
Yeah.
And the guy wanted to panel beat him. And he was like, he's an old friend of mine. He's a small guy. And I was behind him and I came and I said, "Come on, dude." It's like, "What's wrong with you, dude?" And so the guy was like trying to get aggressive with me. And I was like, I'm smiling and I'm like, I'm joking. Like, I'm jovial. I'm laughing. I'm not a big guy. I don't look like, I'm not an aggressive looking guy. He took a swing at me and I ducked under his punch.
Yes. Nice.
And he hit his buddy's girlfriend.
Oh my God.
He floored her. I shouldn't be laughing. He floored her. She hit the deck. And me, of course, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good way to do it. Hit the girl, especially his girl. Now, now what's he gonna do about it? You know, you just floored your girl. So these two ended up like getting into like this huge argument about like, "You hit my girlfriend, dude." They were buddies. They were all walking together, all four of them, 2 guys, 2 girls. God. My buddy's telling the girls, "You should drop these 2 guys. They're idiots. Look at us. We're so much cooler than them."
Oh my God.
And so, but anyway, my point is, we didn't have to get into a fight. Good. I didn't have to hurt anybody. Like, I wouldn't want to have to like hit anybody. So like, all I had to do was step under that punch. I didn't know it was gonna like hit her. I didn't like consider that, you know. I was just getting out of the way, you know, as you do. Like, whoops, that thing's coming. Get out of the way of that thing. And then, oh, whoops. And then, of course, I've got a cheeky tongue now. Now I've got to rub in, like, I've got to rub it in. I'm going, oh yeah, like that's really brave of you. Like, beat up your buddy's girlfriend. And now, of course, he's not going to do anything about it because he's like, what's he going to do? You know? So now these two are like at each other. So we walked away. I don't know if these two got into a fight or not. But my point is, there's something in the structure of what they're doing to us, and we can't see it happening because of our feelings, right? We forget what it is we're fighting for. in this life. Like we're all fighting for peace, joy, love, harmony. And so you've got all these different factions. Like you can see it in the truther community, no? Like everybody, the different groups will get on each other's case. Like the flat earthers will be fighting with the round earthers, and these people are fighting with those people, and those ones are fighting with these people, and they all fundamentally agree that there's something wrong, that we've been lied to, that we really need to change our politicians. You see what I'm getting at? We all need to like look at the economic system. It's wrong. It's fraudulent. But instead, we end up having arguments about whether the earth is round or flat.
Right. There's distractions.
And now it's like this huge, now it's like, no, you're not in our camp. We're not in your camp. And now you're dissing each other. And now we're not even on the same frequency anymore, when actually we are completely on the same frequency. If we forget whether it's round or flat and just go like, hold on, what's important? You know, our kids, like what's happening in the schools. Ooh, do we agree that what's happening in the schools is not cool? Yeah, we agree. What are we going to do about it? So there's this notion of feelings that can bring us back to reality much more readily than thoughts. Because my idea and your idea are different. My belief and your belief are different. So now we have to go to war. But when we look at the feelings, we all have the same feelings. Right? Now, if we put the ideas out of the side and say, you know what, screw the ideas. What's in our hearts? Like, well, we all want our children to be happy. We all want our older loved ones to be well cared for. We all want to be in a peaceful place. We don't want other people to be suffering without enough things. We don't want to suffer without enough things. If we could get our way, everybody would have enough of everything. You know? Everybody, I think, feels that way. Except for the people that have everything. Because they're like, no, I like having everything. Like I like owning 5 houses. And so what if I've got 3 cars in each house? I like having 15 cars.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it really is ever enough for them? Do they reach a point where like, this is enough? I don't need this.
They have a black hole inside of them.
Yeah,
I think here's the thing that I've been thinking about too lately. I spend a lot of time studying like cluster B personality disorder, narcissism, and psychopathy. And one of the things you kind of realize when you start to look at things from a psychological lens and from an ideological lens, a lot of people will think that like, the narcissists and the evil people, they like exist on the other side, like the opposite team. But I've kind of realized that when it comes to like people who are psychopaths, there really is no like religious belief or culture that like, they can exist in any form. So it's like, if you think about different people who are like temperaments, you got like an athletic person, you've got an intellectual person, and you got like a spiritual person. Maybe you got somebody that's a little more of like a comedian. Maybe you've got somebody that's more like a poet. But the idea is that when you start thinking about people who are like psychopathic, there isn't like a specific category. It's almost like a psychopath is more like a dark mirror version of every different person. Like there's like a dark athlete, a dark intellectual type, a dark spiritual person. And they want us to make us think it's like, it's like we're team A and they're team B. Team B is where all the evil people are, and team A, we're all the good people. Whereas the people on team B are like everybody on team A is evil, not realizing that there's just a few bad actors, inside the middle that's pitting the two sides against each other, and they don't even really see the real enemy that's putting them against each other. So I think that you can kind of realize that good and evil have nothing to do with political orientation or belief system. I think you can kind of like, you can start to really see the humanity in other people. And because I think when it comes to compassion, like it's easy to be compassionate towards the poor. It's easy to be compassionate towards somebody who you care about. To me, when I think about somebody who's like a mystic or someone like a Jesus or a Buddha figure, somebody who claims to be this like enlightened being of love, to me, the real test to see how good a person is how do they interact with people who they disagree with? How do they interact with people who are on the opposite side? So think about example, you got like a Christian. To me, when it comes to like a Christian and seeing if they're really compassionate, they can talk about compassion, but they treat, someone who's like an atheist, an opposite belief system, they just treat them like shit. That's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of low vibration. But if that same Christian that can then open arms and still show that same level of acceptance and compassion towards somebody who has a different belief system than they do, that to me, I think is a real mark of like, that's what real compassion looks like. Because if you think about it, compassion and empathy are these kind of natural instincts. It's like you just kind of like, feel bad when someone's hurt. Like if you take a bunch of like 5-year-old kids and you show them a video of an animal being tortured, you don't have to teach those kids that torturing that animal is wrong. They'll just look at the animal, hear it crying in pain, and they'll have a natural reaction of empathy without being told it. But I think what's been going on with this, if we're talking about, them, is they're trying to kind of like weaponize our empathy and make it more tribalistic, rather than realizing that empathy is just kind of a natural temperament that can extend to any person, even, rich or poor, religious or not religious, intellectual or, more of a jock type. And you realize that none of these things matter when it comes to, caring about people. Then you can start to see a real thing. But I think the powers that be, they want us to think it's about teams and being on the right team and having the right belief system, and we're the right belief system and they're the wrong belief system. But if you really think about it and you look at the humanity as a kind of ecosystem, each type of temperament offers something positive or different to the world. As much as we like you think about skeptical people, I think that skeptical people, they have an important role in society, because sometimes there are ideas that are harmful and dangerous. You need somebody to suss those out, even though sometimes they, it's like they may go after, the ideas that you believe in, but they also go after the, the bad stuff too. And likewise, you need religious people to give people a sense of, purpose and meaning. And you need smart people. Like, see, people who have different understandings of the world, they have different perceptions of the world, they offer something different to the world as a whole. And I think when you can start to really, view humanity, naked and stripped away, and you see people without their belief systems, without their sort of cultural baggage, and you just see flesh and bone humans, I think that's, where we find real compassion and real love for each other, not this kind of tribalistic, team A good, team B bad. And you can learn to look beyond those barriers. I think you can get a much better, accurate picture. And I think that we can heal a lot of society that way, if we can learn to look beyond our belief system and realize that people who may not agree with us, they may have something positive to contribute to the world that we never thought of before. So it's always good to keep an open mind.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that try to imbue a lot of these different varying qualities of other people into themselves tend to be the narcissistic people that adopt a Machiavellian type of lifestyle where they live by double standards. So they might be acting one way in one situation because they saw somebody succeed that way before, in another situation completely opposite of that, that's not consistent. And so there's that element of you are not a consistent person when you're trying to adopt these things in that way. But I'm sure that there's probably a better way about doing that in a more constructive and harmonic means for people that are kind of pushed out to the outskirts of being able to find power in society because they live by compassion, but they can also see the value in being able to use other types of emotional behaviors to be able to succeed in various situations. So I think that kind of development has not really taken root yet as much as Machiavellianism has. But I feel like there's an aspect there from Nietzsche, what says perspectivism can give us greater understanding. When we can integrate perspectives of others into our own, we can find better, deeper understanding and insight.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about here, I think there's sort of two different processes of self-development that are happening here, where you take sort of like a normal person versus the narcissistic Machiavellian type, like you just mentioned. Because if you're sort of like integrating stuff in a positive way, you're understanding who you really are at your core, and you're trying to find ideas and values that harmonize and complement that sort of inner core to allow it to expand. Whereas the narcissist type, they don't have that inner core to work with. They're creating something artificial from scratch. It's not so much I'm going to grow and develop. It's more, I'm going to create a kind of tool, or I'm going to create a persona to get the things that I want out of life. It's more like you're creating a kind of like a demonic, it's like your personality is less about a self-development. It's more like this disembodied kind of like witchy familiar type that kind of does your bidding. So I think you raise a really good point there, Indy.
Yeah, I think for me, I feel like I've had aspects of sociopathy when I was young before my transformation. That may still linger somewhat, but I feel like people have always given me a strange look when I show my emotions, and then my emotions are able to change pretty quickly. So I might be like pretty angry 1 minute and then laughing the next minute, and people feel like, how can you be like that? That doesn't seem real to me. And maybe it wasn't real, like you said. Maybe it is superficial, kind of a coping mechanism where I'm just kind of able to use various types of emotional cues to trigger certain responses or something like that. Could have been what I was doing. But to me, it felt like when I show my anger authentically, I felt like it was passed on and it was not lingering in me, repressed anymore. Whereas I feel like a lot of people try to suppress their anger, and so they might express it a little bit just to be able to get their point across or get a kind of a response, but they won't really come out with it all the way, and they'll mostly hold it back. So I feel like when you do that, it's hard to just let it go and then laugh about something because they're keeping it inside. So I'm on the fence about this one, but I feel like when you're authentic with your emotions, you can jump around between different types of emotions, not necessarily to get a response, but just because you're able to move on from the emotional burden that had come on you. Some consider it a burden.
Yeah.
I consider it to be something of a challenge. You can use those emotions for a cathartic action.
I think that when it comes to with dealing with difficult emotions, I think one of the reasons why I think we're afraid of, I think it's a good realization that these emotions are sort of transient and temporary. And sometimes I think, like, if I ever deal with my own sort of like anxiety or depression in life, I think sometimes the reason you're afraid to kind of embrace that sadness is you think that if once you embrace that sadness, the sadness is never going to end. It's just going to keep on persisting, or it's like, it's like admitting you're in hell or something like that, Whereas I think with realizing that, emotions move on and they change and they pass. And I think if you can kind of come into that realization, I think then it's easier to, embrace those, emotions. Like when you know there's some kind of light at the end of the tunnel that you can anticipate. Because sometimes it's like, you think about like ancient times, like when people used to think that, when the sun went down, God basically went into the underworld, kind of like the Egyptian myth. And then, it's like, he's then when the sun rises up, the sun is reborn again. But I guess that's just kind of a metaphor what I'm talking about. It's like the sense of like, if you don't think the sun is going to come up again, it can be difficult to embrace the night. Whereas I think one of the reasons why we can enjoy nighttime and we can enjoy the darkness is we know that the light is going to come back again. Whereas I think a lot of people, they don't think that the sun is going to rise again. And so that's why they're afraid to embrace the darkness, because they don't think that there's going to be any light at the end of said darkness. But I think what you're pointing out here is that there is a light at the end of the end of the darkness, and recognizing that light at the other side of the abyss allows you to traverse the abyss. It gives you a point to kind of, it gives you a sort of a compass point to kind of navigate yourself towards, goal wise. Whereas I think the reason why we can't embrace our negative emotions is because we kind of think that, like, I guess this is just from my own experience, just observing my own experience, that once we embrace those negative emotions, the negative emotions will never go away. But I think realizing that transient nature of them, I think, is a really crucial part of the healing process.
Yeah, I have two responses. I feel like, for one thing, the aspect of rich versus poor, being able to be in the same boat as one another. Yes, they can, but I feel like people that are rich, oftentimes will not be able to build as much resilience. They're not going to have as much trials and tribulations where things are not going to go their way. It's just going to be harder for them to be able to roll with the punches when things don't go their way. It's going to be harder for them to be able to develop empathy and compassion without having a situation where they need to use that tool. So I feel like when people are in a situation where they have things hard in life, whether that's financially, socially, or emotionally, romantically, occupationally, or whatever it may be, I feel like those challenges are what strengthen people and let them develop resilience and empathy. And when you've gone through something and you see somebody else going through something, you develop that compassion where you think, I've been through that before too. Maybe some of my insights could help them. And what I've learned could go to bettering the world around me.
Exactly.
So, yeah, but I feel like they say the rich man of the earth is the poor man of heaven, and the poor man of earth is the rich man of heaven.
But I think you're kind of pointing out exactly what I was saying earlier. Like when you're talking about all the trials and tribulations you've gone through, the reason you're able to do shadow work and embrace the darkness is because you've been to the other side of the abyss, so to speak. You know there's something on the other side of that abyss. And I think that's what we have to really kind of let people know, that like there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I think the reason most people are afraid to go down the tunnel is they don't think there's a light at the end of it.
Yeah, it's so true. I feel like it's a very daunting thing to undertake when you're trying to go into self-mastery and step out of denial, because you end up going into the dark night of the soul. First thing, you went in from denial where everything was somebody else's fault and you didn't have anything to change about yourself, to a point where you don't have to worry about other people anymore. All you can change is in yourself. And how are you going to do it? This has been so programmed into you. It's going to be hard to be able to change the ways that we've come to be, as opposed to wanting to change somebody else feels easier, but it's really not possible as far as from another person's point of view to change somebody for their best interest. You can impose changes on people. In your mind, you might be fixing the world around you because they're the problem, which could be good for the community, but it's not going to allow the individual to work on themselves and uncover that lost darkness within themselves that's going to be giving them quite an impression when they have to go into that darkness with the light. And what I say is that when you want to go through that journey of going into your darkness within and stepping out of that denial, it's very important to be able to have the courage to bring the light of your spirit into your heart of darkness, in your shadow. And so to be able to have that light, oftentimes it requires some kind of inspirational experience. It might be seeing somebody else who was in your shoes that was able to step out and makes you think, I can do that. It might be that you almost died and you have a second chance now, and now you're willing to push all those distractions aside and really get down to the root of things. A lot of times that's what drives people to start working on overcoming denial. Is this a near-death experience or getting a second chance?
Yeah, it's very interesting, you know. I like what you guys are saying. I like what you were saying earlier about the sociopathy and how it's perceived and the shifting between different emotional states. I was always a devil's advocate. So people used to say, hey, you're not being integrous. Because 1 minute you're arguing this thing, and then you're actually taking that side, right, of the argument. And I was just always like, no, it's they're both wrong.
Yeah.
Basically, can't you see that? They're both wrong and they're both right. So from this perspective, that's wrong. From this perspective, that's right. From this perspective, you know.
Yeah.
And some people have that, and other people look at that and they say, well, that's borderline sociopathic.
I can.
Right.
I've been in that situation many a time. Yeah. People say,
And the same thing with the feelings. Like I'm somebody who something like bad stuff can happen and I'll turn it into a joke. And people are like, how can you laugh at that? That poor lady just fell on her butt, you know. I'm like, it was funny as man. Hey, I've fallen on my butt before. I know what it feels like, but it was hilarious, you know. And people be like, but how can you like transition between feeling this or feeling that? Or I was always very transitory between emotions and thoughts.
yeah,
Switch between this thought and that thought very quickly. And I think that's a Mercurial thing. People with a strong Mercurial nature have that switchability. Like I don't have a sign in Mercury, but my Mercury and my Sun are like this. You know, they're like that conjunction rules my midheaven. So I'm like the Mercurial version of a Leo, you could say. And so like I can relate to what you're saying, and I can also relate to that. I thought I was a sociopath when I was young. I thought like I must be.
yeah.
Because why don't I, when everybody else is feeling sad, why do I think that's funny? When everybody else is laughing, why do I think, well, that's a little sad? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I can relate to that a lot.
You know, and like, why am I not wired like other people? Like somebody passes away and everybody's like, oh, it's like, and I'm like, I bounce back like fast. And they're like, but you should be like all depressed and sad. I'm like, no, why? Like, I just I wasn't wired like that. And I think Mercurial people are wired to bounce back quicker from anything, if that makes sense. But maybe it's in the wiring. If that makes sense.
So. I can relate to that a lot. Yeah, in the past, people have oftentimes wondered, like, are you sociopathic? How can you have that variability like that? But I've always felt like people can't relate to that because they don't have that freedom. And in the Mercurial nature, they do, but I think some of it has to do with a Socratic method, taking a method in which you will question things and you're always learning. It kind of refers back to the idea that the fool who thinks he knows everything cannot learn. But the man who knows that he is intelligent knows that how much he does not know and is willing to learn a lot and has more questions than knowledge. And so for me, I've been in a situation as well where I've taken two different opposing sides in conversations where I was just really exploring the possibilities of what if with that other person's hypothetical. So I'm pretty much in a situation where what I'm trying to do is, and I've been diagnosed with what's called oppositional defiant disorder. Now, when I'm having these conversations, I have a smile on my face and I'm trying to help the other person learn as well as help me learn in the situation too, from their perspective. Now, oftentimes people will become very upset in this kind of a situation where if I come up with a position that's against theirs, they feel like I don't take their position, which is not necessarily the case. If I want to take somebody's position, I may antagonize that position to see how much tenacity it has. Can it withstand a bombardment of somebody questioning it? If just questioning it makes it fall apart, then is it really a worthwhile perspective? So I think for people that are able to see on both sides, it helps to play devil's advocate to be able to see the strength of an argument.
Honestly, it sounds like the people you're talking to are the sociopaths, not you. Just because like how rigid they are. Because I think a lot of what you're talking about here is that people get very rigid with their belief system. Like I think one thing I can kind of relate to you guys. Like I never understood how people can be so certain with their beliefs. Like some people, they're just like, they can just believe in something just unquestioningly, and I'm always just like uncertain, full of doubt. Like, well, and I'm always thinking like, well, what about this? What about that? And it's just like that's something I could never really relate to in other people. Is just like having like just being able to take an idea and just be just so gung-ho with it and just being super defensive with it. And it's like their conceptual universe just must be so small and so black and white. So I think actually what you guys are talking about is just having really a sense of curiosity. I mean, I kind of do the devil's advocate thing too. I just kind of, play around with different perspectives, because I think it's more that you're exploring ideas. You want to come up with the truth, whereas a lot of people think they already have the truth figured out, and they're angry that you don't share the same truth with them, because it's like kind of a beliefs are kind of like a drug in a sense. It's like you get addicted to that feeling of being right and having that sense of truth, and when someone challenges it, it's kind of like you're taking that power away from them, that power of certainty, and you're bringing doubt into the circle of their life, and they don't really necessarily know how to handle that. And I think having a bit of a more of a flexible approach with beliefs and ideas and being more open to mystery, I think is a really a valuable tool to have, because it just seems like so many people, they just kind of get stuck in one lane of thought. It's like, Albert, I think it was Einstein, just said this quote. I mean, the definition of its insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And some people, they'll take one thing and they'll just stick with it, and they just want everybody to agree with them, because in a lot of ways they just kind of want to control people. So, and when it comes to controlling people, I think I think the desire to control is believing that the world is not in control, that the world is chaotic and random. It's like, oh my God, everything is so chaotic and it's so random, I have to control it at all costs. Whereas you start to see that there's order implicit in the world, there's order in nature, and there's order in things, and there's purpose in the universe beyond religion, then you don't really have this desire to control things anymore. So, I think that in a lot of, I guess I kind of got off on a tangent here, but yeah, I think you guys are just kind of like, curious. I don't think you are sociopathic in the sense. I think what sociopaths are people who can they fake emotions. They don't really have, a sense of they don't actually feel any anger or sadness. They just pretend and imitate other people. They're essentially kind of like weird sort of doppelgangers, I think. So I don't know, because sociopaths, they're not. I don't think sociopaths, you can be open-minded and be a sociopath, or at least you create a false impression of open-mindedness. Because really, those kinds of people who are sociopathic, they're all about control and dominating other people and controlling the environment and not really having any care or empathy for the people around them. So, and I think what you guys are describing is like the total opposite of that. You're curious. You're open to new ideas. All you guys are doing, you're poking and prodding in, uncomfortable places for some of these people and forcing them to confront ideas and concepts that they weren't ready to confront. I'm guilty of that too. I know I definitely poked some ideological. I've poked many an ideological beehive in my lifetime.
Yeah, I can relate to that, And here's the interesting thing. People get so angry. Isn't that funny? You're having a conversation and you've got different belief, and people take it so personally. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. What is it to be angry about? Okay, we believe different things, But you're right about that. It's a control-based thing, because people want to control the way other people think and believe. And they want to control what other people are saying and experiencing, rather than, I suppose I've been guilty of liking to challenge. I like challenging things. I'm a challenger. I'm a little bugger. I'm a proper fighter. If I see someone too big for their shoes, I'll find a way of challenging them. Just whatever way. It might be a sweet way. It might be a hilarious way. It might be what I call a time bomb joke, where tomorrow, they're on their way to work and they realize, what the hell? What did he say? You really got to think about it, the implications, Yeah. But so I suppose there is that kind of I've always gone looking for hornet's nests. Like, what happens if you look? There's a hornet's nest. There's one. Like, I'll actually go out looking for them. I used to when I was young, but I think it's interesting. Like when it comes to the notion of religion, I think religion is, and I don't mean to beat religion. If I'm offending anyone by beating religion with a stick,
no,
please
go ahead. Beat religion all you want.
I don't mean to beat it with a stick, but like religion is caused a lot of trouble on this planet. And a lot of these arguments have been because of religion. So what is it? Like people don't like talking about politics, religion, right? Because politics and religion are both controversial topics. People will get like really emotional about politics, like to the point where it'll turn into an argument, and religion, and it will get nasty. And I remember the one day, I'll never forget this day. It was Delhi. And I met this guy in New Delhi, in Paharganj. And he was an American guy. And we started talking and we disagreed. And we sat down and we had this conversation where we disagreed about absolutely everything. And I loved that conversation more than any conversation ever. Because we disagreed about everything, but so amiably. I remember thinking to myself and saying to myself, I'm loving this conversation. Normally when I'm disagreeing with people as much as I'm disagreeing with you, I get like some kind of like consequence, like people start reacting. But anyway, it was such a lovely, disagreeable conversation where we were sitting, talking in the street till late. We started talking. It was still like late afternoon. By the time we finished speaking, it was like really late at night. And we were like sitting, on Paharganj, back in the old days, while Paharganj was still like much more organic. And obviously there's these guys there with chai stores. So while you're talking, you're drinking chai and you're having a snack of this street food and a snack of that and what have you. And I will never forget that conversation. I think it's the art of disagreeing in conversation. I think it's what defines the round table. Even when we agree or disagree, we still, it's a conversation. And you'll find like even on podcasts, and it's something that bugs me. You'll see people having a disagreement and they let their emotions be affected. And I think it's a human condition. I think we can all do it at times. Like maybe us lot, we are just lucky that we have this kind of disposition, Mercurial, where we actually like disagreeing. And we don't mind disagreeing. It's not like we don't take it personally. Like not everybody's supposed to agree. And I think that we probably are all in our own rights, what's the word? Complete and utter rebels in one way or another. Yeah. Like deliberately went against conforming. I know I did. If that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So when people deliberately go against conforming, then they actually learn to become disagreeable. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But disagreeable doesn't necessarily mean unhappy or morose, or it's just disagreeable in the way like, I'm so tired of everybody conforming. Like, what's with it? I'm going to knock this conforming nonsense, but I'm not going to, I'm not taking it personally. It's just, I understand why everybody conforms. We've been taught to do it since school. We have to cut our hair the same. We have to look the same. We have to speak in the same way. We have to dress in the same way. We have to act in the same way. We've got to have the same answers to questions. We've got to spell words in the same way. I was disagreeable right down to the way that I spelt my words. And I refused to spell my words the way they told me to. I said, no, I don't agree with you. I don't like the way you spell that word. It doesn't agree with me. I'm going to spell my word my way. And they were like, yeah, well, we're going to take marks off of your schoolwork. And I was like, well, in that case, I'll use less words. I'll just write poetry. No. So
yeah, I think for me, like my synesthesia made it easier for me to spell words because, I was diagnosed with ADHD as a kid. And they were confounded because like I had a hard time paying attention. But there's like, why are you so good at spelling these words? This doesn't make any sense. But I think when it comes to the approach I take when it comes to arguing with people, or having a discussion about certain topics, whether that are, a little bit more on the controversial side and people disagree with things, I never go into a discussion with the impression that I'm going to change the person's mind. I just throw that expectation off the wheel. You talk to somebody with a different point of view, you're not going to change their mind. You're not going to change their point of view. Maybe a little bit on certain issues, but I think when it comes to people changing their worldviews, it doesn't happen overnight. It's a long, gradual process. I instead come into it thinking, how does this person think? How does this person perceive the world? That's interesting to me. Like, I come at from a perspective of learning. I want to learn what this person's point of view is. Why do they think this way? Why do they formulate their ideas in such a circumstance? I think that gives you space for patience, in a conversation. Whereas if you go into a conversation expecting to change the person's mind, you're going to be very angry and disappointed when things don't go your way. Let's just say that. But yeah, and the conformity thing too. It's just like, and when it comes to like, people that I like, I always like people that are distinctive. That like, someone who has like their own distinctive style of humor, their own sort of distinctive way. There's some people who are just kind of like, cardboard, like copycats, but it's like, I don't mind what kind of individual they are, as long as they're an individual, because that's what makes life interesting. I like that people are, different, and that people have different like temperaments and different parts of the world. It's like all these different colors of types of being. That's why I just like utterly like hate cults. It's like I feel like cults, like they always they remove that vital human individuality. And when I see people who are like all wearing the same robes, and they all have their heads shaved, it just gives me this really like dark, disturbed feeling, just like seeing like something beautiful, and you just kind of like, you've taken that individual spark and you've robbed that from those people. So but I think that there is a sense of like, when it comes to conformity, I think a lot of people, they want to fit in. But for me, it was like, I was such a weird kid, and so kind of like, just sort of a whack job as a kid. There's really kind of no point for me, fitting in anyway. So it's almost like, why even try to fit in? I might as well just embrace being the weird kid, embrace being strange, and kind of like let that be me, instead of trying to, force myself. And I think one of the good things about nonconformity and not, being in the in group is that you really feel like you have the courage to explore your own ideas, come up with your own philosophy, figure out things for yourself. Whereas when you're in a group of people, you have to kind of like meet the group's expectations. You have to go along with the tribe. You have to go along with what your friends and the other people around you are saying and thinking. And with that, you never really get to develop your own unique voice. You never get to develop your own unique perspective. So I think, being kind of a bit of a loner or an outsider, one of the benefits to that is that you really get to develop your own unique understanding of the world. And you kind of really develop your own unique personality, rather than being sort of homogenized into a group dynamic.
That's a good point. And it sort of brings me to the actualization of Mercury. So in a traditional sense, the principle of Mercury, like if you go to India, the color that relates to Mercury is a saffron orange. And so you see all the holy people, all the holy men in India wearing saffron, the ladies too, even the female ladies, Sadaka. They wear saffron. And this is very interesting, They don't all look the same though, although some of them shave their heads, some of them have like a single coil out of their heads, some of them just leave themselves to go like wild, like dreads or hair and beard, and other people groom themselves. And so it's not like the same as a Buddhist where there's a cult, because there's like 1,000 different belief systems. These ones believe that, these ones follow this, these ones follow that, these ones are doing this one's doing that. And and in India it's really interesting, because so when you embrace the spiritual path, you start wearing the color saffron or orange because it puts you in tune with Mercury. First point.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then you might get Mercury and wear it. I had Mercury in my dreads. Yeah. Alchemized Mercury. And then very often they go and live in a place secluded from society. So that they can, and so you see what we're just talking about here? These are all being triggered. People are encouraged to separate themselves from the group, focus on Mercury, which is going to cause you to look at things from different perspectives, and make sure that you're eccentrically outside of the group in order to develop these habits of mind. So that one doesn't have it's black or it's white. Because that black or white is always the problem. It's black or it's white. It's black and it's white. It's gray. It's got black in it. It's got white in it. There's no such thing that's just purely black or purely white in life, right? And I think judgment is what stands against Mercury. So we look at Mercury then represents a number 5. And the number 5 thus represents our 5 fingers. So the number 5 is related to the will. And it's related to a certain sense of severity from the Kabbalistic perspective. From the Vedic perspective, the number 5 is related to Shiva, a certain sense of severity. Shiva goes and disconnects from everybody else, lives in the wild on his own, as the metaphor goes, and practices these austere sadhanas, which are pretty severe. Fasting, vows of silence, lots of meditation, lots of hard training, yoga, whatever one's path is. And so there's a severity involved, and it involves a lot of abstinence to a point. And so Mercury relates to hermaphrodite on one hand, having the sexual impulses of male and female within oneself, and there's an element of abstinence and there's an element of will. And it's quite interesting because when one disconnects from society and one goes to live, say, in the jungles, in a cave, or even in an ashram, one could go and live in an ashram and be within the ashram separate from everybody, if that makes sense. And in an ashram, a true ashram, everybody is separate from everybody. Although you do get your little cliques of like, you get your cliques in ashrams. Like you can go into an ashram and you'll see there's a cult within the ashram. And within the ashram, there's people who aren't cult. And so you just, like, when I've been in ashrams, I do my own thing, right? I don't follow any regime that other people are doing. I'm just there to do my own thing. And if you're in a guru ashram, they suss you out and they see, well, you're doing your thing already. Like, what is there to add to that, right? Like, you're doing the work. So it's quite interesting. It's quite fascinating, considering these principles as the Mercurial path as the development of intellect. And so the intellect is what is developed with the development of the will, because a lot of these training exercises for spiritual devotion are developing the will, whether it's fasting, meditation, or, vows of silence, or staying separate from society, experiencing loneliness, whatever these austerities are. They are all designed to strengthen the will, the personal will, so that one is in control of one's own mechanisms, emotionally, mentally, physically, on all levels, I suppose, to different degrees. And so it's interesting how, like, the spiritual devotion in Asia is related to Mercury, where we see a very different thing in the West, don't we? It's all about Saturn. And Buddha, Budwa. That's Wednesday. Wednesday's Mercury's day. And Buddhi is to do with the higher mind in Sanskrit. So you got Buddha, you got Buddhi, you got Budwa, you got the Wednesday. And it's all Bud. Bud is the planet, Mercury. So it's quite interesting when we look at, what Mercury represents on that level and how it seems to be that in order to perfect the art of communication, one needs to leave society behind. How weird is that? What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think so, because I feel like society carries a programming. It's a lost herd. They've either been programmed by people who want to exploit them, maybe in order to protect themselves, or it's just become like a lost cause where people have just kind of followed each other to a point where they're reflecting something that no longer resembles the leadership that was once guiding them. So I think it's important for people to step away from the collective to be able to get that sense of independent leadership and bring it back to the collective, and then be able to provide a new sense of guidance. Because there's the guidance of the collective, which is to a point to help us live by ego and then become of service to everyone else. But that doesn't really help us become of service to ourselves. So I feel like that aspect in our current society programming is necessary to be able to step away from the collective to develop benefit to self, instead of just serving others your whole life. Because if we stay in society and the group think, it's really more about how obedient we are to conform to a system that may no longer be in our best interest. And this is a little baby puppy. He just opened his eyes yesterday. Little baby. Hey, buddy, I'm gonna bring you back to your mom. There she is. Is that your mama? There she is.
Wow, he just opened his eyes yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
That is so cute. Tiny, 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 tiny little tiny popper.
It's a teacup chihuahua.
Yeah, so sweet, man. It's like the size of a tennis ball.
Yeah. When they get full grown, they're only 3 pounds, like the little black one I got.
Wow.
Hey, baby.
I'll trade him one for a penguin.
She'll trade you one for a penguin, she said.
We've actually got a penguin nesting in the front of our... Hello, I hope you're well.
He says hello.
Hello, I'm well.
She's well.
We've got a penguin nesting in the front of our... on the verge of our property. My little
Hey.
boy was telling me today. He said it's come back. They come and go.
That's so cool. Penguins are so cute. I love penguins. They're very pair bonding. They'll mate for life and give each other a little rock. Find a shiny rock.
They are so cute.
Isn't that precious?
It's
They
funny
are
you bring
really
up penguins, and we're talking about nonconformity. I can't help but think about this Werner Herzog video that I don't know which documentary it's part of, but he's narrating. It's in Antarctica or somewhere in some Arctic place, and there's this like bunch of penguins, and then like one penguin decides to just wander off like into like nowhere for no reason, and Herzog is like making it like really kind of like really tragic. This deranged and nihilistic penguin is lost its meaning in life. So it's just like it's hilarious. But I'm thinking it's a that's like what I see, and you're just like, I don't know, just made me think about that.
Yeah. Well, the penguins are a good example of a group that just went out to get away from the herd. You know, they went to a place where they're the only ones there. So they don't have to worry about the other animals like trying to push them in any different direction besides the little seals that pop out of the ice trying to eat them. But no, they got
the
their
polar bears.
And the polar bears? No, the polar bears are in the north.
Ah, okay.
But they got puffins up here in the north. They're like a penguin.
Hmm.
They can fly.
Yeah, bears are scary, man. I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys ever encountered one in real life before.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
The thing about my experience with bears
Unless they have their cub.
is they're actually not aggressive.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the ones I
Actually not
encountered didn't
aggressive
attack me.
creatures.
Well,
I think
grizzly.
my story was basically I was just like, on a family vacation, and there was like a black bear like maybe like 15, 20 feet away from me, and I just like freak out. It's a massive animal, whether it's dangerous or not.
They can get really big. There's a black bear here that's the size of a minivan at shoulder height. We call him Mount Bear. But the black bears aren't really as aggressive as a grizzly bear.
Polar bears are the worst in terms of aggression.
Well, they got these new bears called the puzzly bear, which is a polar and grizzly mix. It's also called the spirit bear or the growler bear.
Yeah, I've been around brown bear and black bear. I've never seen black bear that big. The black bear I've seen, they're normally like about the height of a human being, but like they're like hunched over. They're massive. They must weigh like, I don't know what they weigh, but they're big. They're bulky. But I've been around a lot of them. Yeah, like lots and lots and lots. And at night, it's a little bit scary when they're coming your way, right? If you're in the woods, not in the woods, in the jungle, because they don't have a light in the jungle, and they come crunching through the branches, and my ex-wife would sometimes get afraid, and I'd start making jokes about this guy's falling, because they fall every second step. So they're like 1-2 steps and they fall, and you hear them falling through, and like in the end, we'd be laughing our tits off.
Yeah.
Like we're hosing ourselves, like feeling sorry. This poor guy. I mean, yes, his eyes, like, like, and I'm like, what? She's gonna fall again. And so I don't know what I was doing. I was making light of it.
That's
And
good. Change the emotion, and you can change the whole experience. The bears don't like anger or fear.
exactly, they don't like fear. They don't like anger. I've been like next to black bear mommy with a baby. Like I can touch her with my arm close to her.
That's awesome.
And no aggression, no anger, because I wasn't afraid, because I was happy. And like I was actually like really like, oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful creature. I think we've been brainwashed into believing that we need to be afraid of bears, right? That we need to, because they don't actually want anything from us.
Yeah, they associate them with lions and tigers, but they're nothing like a dog or a cat.
They're actually quite intelligent as well, and they're quite compassionate creatures.
Mm-hmm.
You look at how they look after their babies.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
They're related to the seals and the walruses being pinnipeds. I know cats and dogs are born blind. Wolves and foxes are born blind and deaf. But I don't think bears are that way. I believe when a bear is born, they can probably hop right up and walk. But I'm not sure about that. I'd like to find out more. It's interesting how the pinniped has diverged. And so there's some that are on land who are the bears, and there's some that are in sea that are the seals and the walruses and the sea lions. So if we say that there's no fossils of evolution, then what's a pinniped?
It's such a mind-blowing concept that something can just like get up and walk the second they're born. Like that to me is completely insane. If you think, because we humans are not like that at all.
Yeah, because I thought everything was like people. When I saw a deer get born and it jumped up and ran, I was like, what? But the mother was eating a snake, so I thought, and I was like, what is going on right now? This is blowing my mind. Deer do not eat snakes. Of course, it was actually the umbilical cord and placenta.
Snake.
But the baby was jumping up and hopping right to it. So I was very impressed with that. But bears do not seem like the herbivores that can all jump up on their hooves. They seem like they're probably somewhere in between cats and dogs and other mammals. I'm not sure.
They're omnivorous, so they eat both. I think plants and they eat meat and fruits and vegetables.
I wonder
Yeah.
if pigs and bears are born blind.
I think they eat a lot of fish. Well, very often, if there's fish around. But that's quite interesting, you know, when it comes to these reactions that we have, fight or flight, and fear, and I think fear is once again, this is like Mercury is what can balance fear of all things. I think all polarities, Mercury is the cure for all polarities. Because one sort of, the caduceus becomes that, you know, that emblem of reconciling all the oppositions so that there's a single state of unity that presides. And the single state of unity presiding then becomes the fundamental expression that brings the harmony of the balance into play. Well, I see we've been going like almost 5 hours. I thought, like, are there any last things you guys want to say before we close the chapter?
I don't think so on my end.
I'd like to say that it does turn out that bears are born blind.
Ah, okay.
I thought they would be.
Yeah, they seem like they're similar to
They're very much like dogs.
Yeah,
They really are.
but they're like the lone wolf type of dog where they don't go in a pack.
Exactly.
They're a lot
Yeah.
It's
better.
amazing too. Like tigers are a lot like cats. Like it's kind of crazy. Like you go to a zoo and you just see like a tiger. It's like, oh, it's literally just acting like a big house cat. It's
Yeah.
kind of surprising.
My house cat likes to go out in the rain, and I wouldn't be surprised if he would swim. Some cats like to swim. Tigers do.
Animals of Mercury are frogs.
Interesting.
Frogs are mercurial,
Frogs are
as an
incredible.
example.
They can regrow limbs, and they can be encapsulated inside a stone for hundreds of years. And then when they re-there again, they can reemerge alive.
It's like Mitch Hedberg says, you're never like in a bad mood to find a frog in any situation in life. They're always cool and chill.
They also shamanically represent spiritual rebirth.
Yes, I think there is that interesting point of
Renewal.
of living in both worlds, the world of the living and the world of the non-living.
Yeah, they're on both sides of it.
You know, so they can sort of transition this way and that way. So on a deep and fundamental level, we're also talking about such gifts as of mediumship, you know, and I just get the sense that you know, we don't recognize that we are, like you are often saying, we've got an aquatic nature to us. And the frog symbolizes that in and out of the water thing. And even though you would think we do not belong in the water, we have a thing about water, humans. We always have to live near the sea or near the water. Like most of civilization is near the water. Now, you could say, oh, that's logic because of like transporting things and stuff, but these settlements are ancient. And if you were self-sufficient, you wouldn't need ships to transport stuff. So if you see where I'm coming from, like
You gotta think about it. Like some people didn't have boats, and they still were by the sea in the rivers.
Yeah.
So even though they couldn't even get across it or go in it much, I might have saw it as something of danger. They used it still and were close to it, and they saw its vitality and its usefulness. But I was baffling to like the Mesoamericans when these giant ships would come in the sea, because they couldn't go in the sea on these big ships for these big voyages. So there's different levels of the ability to use the water body, but we've always been close to the water, and we have a lot of features of an aquatic mammal. So it seems that our ancestors were there for a long time. Also, our diet that works best for us resembles a seafood diet. So any vegetables that are more omega-3 rich, like seafood or fish oil, tend to be better for us. Omega-9 is also important. But there's a lot of things about us that it seems that we had to have been at sea, particularly the fact that we have such a dependency on iodine. And without iodine, it can cause birth defects and learning problems, disabilities. So there's also the fact that our throat resembles an aquatic mammal. The esophagus and the trachea are in separate places, whereas in the apes, they have 48 chromosomes. We have 46. Their trachea and esophagus are completely separate, whereas ours come together. And so humans, before the Heimlich maneuver was created and spread worldwide, there was tremendous amount of death toll each year from choking to death on food, which is a situation of our throat resembling an aquatic mammal throat. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. You can go on with this stuff for hours, but we're just closing the show. That ties us to the sea. And so all life has come from the sea initially, is thought. And now some aquatic mammals have then gone back to the sea. And humans have now reemerged and been in the sea twice. So, but it feels like to me that our instincts have been taken away, that we have been reassigned to a new habitat. In order to develop these new instincts, the other ones have to be turned off. And so we're in a sea of forgetfulness right now, where we don't remember who we are, where we're from, because we're becoming something new. And I feel like when we instill that newness and become into thrival out of just being in mere survival, where we're still learning now, those ancestral memories will return to us, and we will be able to see through our inner eyes once again, like the animals around us do. And it kind of mystifies us how they do what they do without needing to communicate in the language we'd have to use, whether written or spoken, to be able to communicate. They seem to be able to thrive and understand each other as if they were psychic or able to see through time. So I believe that we're in a place, and we're here, and we have to acknowledge that Earth is our creator, and the sky is our creator. The sky created our mind. The Earth created our body, and we're a brilliant union of the two.
The sky is our father and the earth is our mother.
Yeah. We got Grandmother Sea, Grandfather Sky.
I love being by the sea. I've always loved the sea. It's what we can see. And with that, we shall close with the sea. And the sea is also the snake mouth of the Caduceus. So thank you guys. It's been an honor, and it's been a lovely conversation. Thank you everybody that's been in the chat. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. So I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as I have.
It was a good discussion today.
Yeah. Sending you much love. Big love to you and your girlfriend. And I hope she's gonna
Many thanks.
have
Love to you and yours.
positive tidings. I hope her family situation's gonna settle down and everybody's gonna come back to reality.
Hopefully you can.
And
Maybe too.
those little babies are so cute.
Mm.
They are so cute. How many have you got there?
We have 3.
Oh,
We have 2 chocolate and 1 black.
oh,
Got a white tip.
oh, they're so beautiful. Well, big love to you, dear brother. Indeed, big love to you, dear brother Cosmic.
Big
Thank
up
you
to-
both. It's been great conversation. Thank you, everybody. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Keep it real. Keep it sweet. Keep it flowing. Keep it complete. And yeah, take it easy. Big love.
Thanks everybody in the chat.